cloudy and warm on the north side and a summer-like feel here on May 15th as the Cubs open up a weekend set. Friday matinee action. The Pirates and the Cubs coming up on Comcast Sportsnet. Great to have you with us. Jim Deshaies, Len Casper. The Cubs look for their 5th in a row. That would be a new season high as they take on a Pirates club that dominated them last year. But, JD, things have changed a little here in 2015.
Yeah, the Cubs turning the tide a little bit on the Pirates. The Pirates, especially in this ballpark, were tough last year. They were 7-2 here at Wrigley overall. The Cubs managed to go just 5-14 against Pittsburgh. They've turned it around 4-3 so far this year, hitting better than 300 against what has been a very good Pittsburgh pitching staff to this point.
So the Pirates are a game under 500. They've been a playoff team each of the last 2 years. Their best player has just been okay to start the year.
Yeah, and well below okay by his standards. Starting to turn it around lately. He's done a lot of damage against the Cubs and in this ballpark in his career. You see the numbers last year, 321 with a 519 slugging, just off to a very slow start here this year. Again, sooner or later, he's going to make somebody pay.
Lots of damage done. A 350 career hitter in this ballpark. The Cubs won all 4 against the Mets. They'll try to keep it going coming up next.
By your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T UVerse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT, mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
Nice day today, and the sun has made an appearance here on the north side as the Cubs host the Pirates, and we want to welcome those viewers around the globe watching on the American Forces Network, and thank you for all you do. Be safe. As Kyle Hendricks will battle Jeff Locke today, let's check out the Pirates Southwest starting lineup written out by manager Clint Hurdle. They have dropped 2 in a row after winning 4 straight. Gregory Polanco will be in the leadoff spot in right. Neil Walker switch hitting second baseman. We mentioned McCutchen off to a slow start. He's been better as of late. Same goes for Starling Marte, who's heating up. Jung-Ho Kang has had a really nice stretch and has been playing a lot more. He's at short. Pedro Alvarez at first. Josh Harrison is at third, batting 7th. In the battery, Cervelli and Locke, 8 and 9.
Defensively for the Cubs, Dexter Fowler patrols center field, flanked by Caesar and Soler, left and right respectively. Bryant Castro, Russell Rizzo on the infield. Wellington Castillo making back-to-back starts for the first time this year. And the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Cubs this afternoon is the crafty right-hander Kyle Hendricks. He's made 6 starts, still in pursuit of that first W. 0-1 with a .465. Last time out, 5 1/3 shutout at Milwaukee. He left with a 1-0 lead, but did not secure the W.
Set the umpires for you. Greg Gibson with the clicker. He's back to the plate. Chris Siegel is at first. Chad Fairchild is at second. And the crew chief, Jim Joyce, is over at third. Hendricks still without a win. 6 starts into the season, but 5 1/3 did not give up a run his last time out. So if he does that again, you like his chances.
I do indeed. Last time he got a no decision. The game the Cubs ultimately lost 3-2 to Milwaukee in 11. So he has 3rd start against the Pirates already this year. Made back-to-back starts against them April 23rd and 29th. A loss and a no decision.
Fastball at 89 for a strike. And Gregory Polanco to get us started.
Sinkers and cutters, curveball and a changeup.
Like a little 73 degrees with a west wind at 9.
I'm kind of digging it.
Yeah, me too.
I think works off that sinker for Kyle Hendricks when he's on his game. He'll get a lot of weak ground balls. Some swings and misses with that changeup.
If it feels like the Pirates were just here, you're right, they were. This weekend will conclude a 10 games in 28-day stretch for these two clubs playing one another.
It's like the pre-expansion days when you saw the same clubs over and over again.
We will not see the Pirates after Sunday until August 3rd. Swing and a miss on the changeup. A pitch he probably should use more often.
As advertised. Well executed. Good look at the grip there. Circle changeup, and he can make that pitch move both ways. This time fading down and away from a left-handed hitter. He can also cut it away from a right-handed hitter. That makes him unique in that regard. I can't think of anybody else who does that.
So his cutter is a Ginsu knife. It slices and dices.
It's almost as good as a Vegematic.
1-0 on Neil Walker. Playing for his hometown team, the Pirates. Swing and a miss. The 1-1 hit hard on the ground foul. According to Fangraphs, a slight uptick in the fastball use for Kyle Hendricks. Last year around 61%. This year almost 64%. It's subtle. It has come a bit at the expense of his cutter and his changeup. He's
threw
one
a
of those
ton of fastballs last time.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, JD. When he gets in trouble, softer may be better than trying to muscle up, as that ball is muscled out into the gap. And Walker has himself a double.
And one thing Kyle can't afford to do is elevate out over the plate. He can go up as long as it's in on the hands. He can get some weak contact in there, but up out over the plate, it's usually not going to work out too well for him. This one goes to the wall. Caesar on it quickly, but it's a 1-out double for Walker.
I was talking with Cubs radio analyst Ron Coomer. He mentioned Kenny Rogers as a guy who was really frustrating to face, because when things got tight, he got calmer and the pitches got slower, and he said as a hitter that was really frustrating. Yeah, you're expecting a guy to maybe, try to throw that fastball by you. And Hendricks seems like the kind of guy who might fit that profile a bit.
Yeah, and Greg Maddux used to say that too, that when you get in trouble, don't throw harder, throw smarter. Try to take advantage of it. The hitter's feeling that same anxiety where he's gripping the bat a little harder. He's trying to do something big. Just kind of take a little off, rely on movement, take advantage of that hitter's aggressive nature.
McCutchen did not start yesterday in Philadelphia. Did pinch hit late. He's hitting .385 over his last 8. He was under 190 as late as May 6th when he was batting .188. And the .322 includes .350 in this ballpark. So Clint was not going to give him a day off this weekend. He decided to do it the day before they got here, which makes sense. Clint meaning Clint Hurdle, the Pirates manager, chomping on that gum early. And ball 4 to bring up Marte.
Well, Marte hits the ball on the ground a whole bunch. Possible double play here if Hendricks can execute his pitch. Marte has posted good numbers. 8 long balls, a .525 slugging percentage.
Even McCutchen's walk percentage down just a little bit. Still above major league average. That ball hammered foul.
And Marte, he likes to swing it. He's not a patient guy. He doesn't draw a lot of walks. He likes to swing early. Point we make often that all pitchers are vulnerable in the first inning until they get settled in, and finesse guys even more so, because they just can't rely on throwing the ball by people.
As is normally the case when the Cubs are home on a weekend, this is the only day game. Everything else later tonight around baseball.
So hello to all our baseball brethren out there watching.
A little soft liner, and actually it was an infield fly. It was high enough for Jim Joyce to make that call. So 2 outs. And I think Chris Bryant was asking him about that. Now, line drives and bunts are not subject to the infield fly, but they deemed that a pop-up. Here is Jung Ho Kang. He seemed to get his season jump-started in this ballpark on April the 29th. He went 3 for 4 in a Pirates 8-1 victory. Since then, hitting .371.
Yeah, Pirates weren't sure what they had in Kang. They obviously liked what they saw of him in Korea. That's why they signed him. He really mashed over there, hit a bunch of home runs. Struggled in spring training, looked overmatched at times. When we first went to Pittsburgh, there was some talk, at least in the media, that Kang maybe was about to be sent out. Looks like they got a pretty good player on their hands. He's gotten starts at short and at third. And he has proven capable with the bat in his hands.
Double and a walk. 2 on, 2 down here in the first. Pedro Alvarez on deck. 1 and 2 on Gung. Stands pretty close to the plate. 2-2.
That cut changeup again from Hendricks, trying to get Gung to bite.
Foul, first base side out of play. And Castillo will head out to the mound.
Yeah, trying to kind of read that swing. Late on the fastball there was Gung, and Castillo wants to talk to Hendricks and see which way they want to go to try to finish him off here. Will they try to jam him with a fastball as they did with Marte? Go soft again. Spangenberg had a 2-home run game yesterday for the Padres.
We'll see them on Monday. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. We got him on the sinker to end the inning as the Pirates strand 2. Cubs coming up against lefty Jeff Locke. Denny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to Make-A-Wish, Illinois. Dexter Fowler scored 3 runs in the ballgame yesterday, including the game winner. The Cubs Southwest starting lineup: Fowler, Rizzo, Bryant. Middle: Castro, Castillo, Soler. Bottom 3: Caesar, the pitcher Hendricks, the rookie Addison, Russell.
Check in with the Pirates, see who's where this afternoon. Pretty much standard issue in that outfield. Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco. Very talented. Infield of Harrison, Gung. Neil Walker plays pretty much every day at second, and Alvarez, the first baseman. Francisco Cervelli over from the Yankees does the catching, and the Lexus starting pitcher for Pittsburgh is Jeff Locke. 2 up, 2 down, a .471 earned run average. Finesse lefty, throws a lot of curveballs and changeups to go along with a fastball that'll work 90 to 92 miles an hour. Here comes a change.
Fowler hit his home run yesterday right-handed. John Neese. Pitch. Bounce to Harrison, ranging to his left, and he'll get fouled by a half a step.
This is the Cubs' third look at Jeff Locke this year. Yeah, actually, he hooked up with Kyle Hendricks back on the 23rd in Pittsburgh, and then his next start was here at Wrigley. He's worked 8 2/3 in those 2 starts and allowed 10 runs, 9 earned.
Rizzo leading the majors in on-base percentage. He got hit by 2 more pitches yesterday. A whopping 11 times this season already. Strike called. Big night last night after the win. His 3rd annual cook-off for cancer downtown raised over $270,000 for his foundation. And a nice turnout. Good to have all the support of your teammates. Here's a pitch. 1-2.
Pirates have a lot of speed in that outfield, and they trust each other. Starling Marte is about as close to the left field line as you're going to see against Anthony Rizzo. Kind of play him a step the other way in the outfield. The lefty on the mound. They wouldn't do it with a righty, and with 2 strikes they might cheat that way even a little bit more.
Tried to crowd him. He hits it on the ground to Alvarez. Underhand flip, lock at the bag. Joe Madden says respect 90, and his team really has done that, but important in this series on ground balls to the right side. Pedro Alvarez last year made the transition from 3rd to 1st, and the one thing he still is getting accustomed to is not going after every ground ball hit to his right. So if you hit a ball between 2nd and 1st, that 3.5 hole, there might be some hesitation over there on Alvarez's part.
Yeah, and then he may be late back to the bag, or he may be forced to make a throw from the hole over there. It'll take a while for him to get comfortable not going after the ball. And I guess if you're Clint Hurdle, you would rather, if he's indecisive, you'd rather he be in go for it mode as opposed to running to the bag and letting the ball trickle into right field.
Bryant had that game-tying bloop single in the 5th inning yesterday, and we asked him about it before the game, and he mentioned that he had broken his bat, and the bat he used for the bloop hit was a Starlin Castro bat. So roughly the same size, just a different model. And that was a Starlin Castro-like hit.
Yeah, it was like he had the Castro magic wand working.
So Cervelli wants him to bounce that one. He didn't quite get there, but Bryant fouls.
But interesting, isn't it, that he would just use one of Castro's bats, because these guys are usually so particular. They have any number of their own bats down there, and they look them all over and make sure they had exactly what they wanted. Working off the label there. Little lob wedge into shallow right.
Full count, 3-2 with Castro on deck. Ted Lilly like spin, and just outside, ball 4.
No surprise there. They didn't want to give in, and Bryant willing to accept the free pass.
.35 for Starlin. 3 times has played in at least 158 games, including all 162 in 2012. So this is game 35 for the Cubs. Theoretically, he could get to that again. In tight, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, and I think Joe would have given him a day off somewhere along the line, but because of scheduled off days and some weather, I think he feels like everybody's been pretty well rested. That there will come a time when he wants to just kind of shut him down.
Kicks away from Cervelli, rolls over near the Cubs dugout. Bryant will advance on a wild pitch.
A change up and just threw a scud. Cervelli can't contain it. RBI opportunity for Castro. He's been good in these situations.
Three and one. 71 overall, 298 with men in scoring position. It's interesting though, every hit he's had with a man in scoring position, 14 of them have been singles, which in a lot of cases like this spot would be all you need.
Yeah, you know, he makes a lot of contact, and I said he's been good in those situations. The numbers are good in that situation. Who knows how many line drives he's actually hit.
And a 3-1 change, 3 and 2.
In all likelihood, he's hacking here. Starlin has walked 4 times only this year. Marco's changeup down out of the zone, fastball up high, and again with Castro, he's one of those guys. If you're going to try to get the swing and miss, you probably got to bounce it or go way up.
You want more numbers? Full count.
Yeah.
1 walk, no strikeouts, 1 for 12. So you're right. When push comes to shove, he generally swings in this situation. There it is. Chopped foul.
Also known as chicken salad. Chopped foul.
I like it.
Give me the chopped foul.
My baseball vocabulary.
Give me a chopped foul and a Arnold Palmer, please. Starlin adheres to the old can't walk off the island approach. But because of his ability to at least make contact, he does extend at bats. It's not like he's up there just wailing away, putting the first pitch in play. He typically sees a lot of pitches. And you'll recall 2 years ago, the Cubs asked him to be a little bit more patient, and it just didn't work out.
And this time he walks. Didn't give him anything to hit.
He didn't have much choice there. He would have had to have left his feet to hit that one.
Castillo back-to-back starts for the first time this season. Against the lefty Nice yesterday, and again today against Jeff Locke. By the way, David Ross feeling better. He had the abdominal tightness. That's why he had to come out yesterday. Go back to second, and Bryant beats the throw. So the Cubs used 3 catchers in a 9-inning game for the first time since 2001, according to stats. Joe Girardi, Todd Hundley, Robert Machado.
Yeah, well, they would have had to gone to Chad Noble, the bullpen catcher.
Try to sneak him onto the 25-man roster during the game. Yeah.
Let Joe put the gear back on.
Locks 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss.
So that pickoff attempt at second base, likely a called play. Not a pitch out, but a pitch up. You throw a high fastball up in the zone, you know you're not going to get contact. You sneak in behind that runner at second base.
Bryant at second, Castro at first. And that changeup's been a regularly used pitch here in this first inning for Locke.
Yeah, and I think it's a challenge for a guy like Castillo who has not had regular playing time. Sometimes it's the off-speed stuff. Guys can gear up and be ready to hit the fastball, but if you haven't developed any kind of rhythm at the plate, tough to handle the off-speed pitches. Castillo in his career is a 300 hitter against left-handers.
And another change to get him. So they made him work, but he escapes with no damage. 2 walks, 2 left, nothing. Well, when you think of the Blues, I think the first name you think of is B.B. King. And B.B. has passed away at age 89, born in Berkeley, Mississippi. And passed away last night in Las Vegas. His music and his legacy will live on. King of the Blues. Second inning as Pedro Alvarez will lead it off against Kyle Hendricks. Strike 1.
Thrill is gone. That was Will Clark's message on his phone. He called his house and he wasn't home. It was a song. The thrill is gone. Will the thrill.
That one lined the other way. And Alvarez is aboard. That's the Pirates' second hit. I never saw B.B. King live. Wish I had. Now Josh Harrison, who had that career year last year, turned that into a 4-year extension this April. And it sounds like he's been grinding maybe a little bit too hard, trying to get out of this early season slump. He did have 3 hits yesterday. His manager put him in left field. He said sometimes you get out of your comfort zone on defense, it might help your offense. That's what Clint Hurdle said.
Never heard that theory before. Not sure I buy it, but Scuffling. It's worth a try.
Let's change a routine. The key is, did Clint say it before the game yesterday or after when he had the 3 hits? Doesn't matter. It's bounced foul. One and two the count. Alvarez at first, nobody out, second inning. We'll chat with former Cub Kerry Wood coming up in the third. Roll to the second baseman Russell. They're going to get Alvarez, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a smart play there. Don't try to do too much. A slowly hit ball with a speedy guy going down the line. Just make sure you get that lead man.
We'll bring up the catcher, Francisco Cervelli. Cervelli, 29 years old, first year with the Pirates, longtime Yankee. Came over for lefty Justin Wilson in November. They needed to replace Russell Martin, who left for the Blue Jays.
Tough guy to replace, Russell Martin. Did so many things well for this club, both behind the plate and when he was in the batter's box.
Hendricks 6'3", 190 as he'll throw over. 25 years old. Product of Dartmouth. And again, this is his 7th start of the season. Still looking for win number 1. He went 7-2 at 13 big league starts to begin his major league career last year. Swing and a miss. Didn't mean to, and he rolls it foul to first.
We talk so much about pitchers altering their times of their delivery home to upset the rhythm of the base runner, but it can really prove beneficial against a hitter too. Hold the ball 3 or 4 seconds one time and then come much more quickly the next. Sometimes you catch a guy out of sync and home plate. That appeared to be the case with that pitch to Cervelli. He's hitting 270, right around his lifetime average. Not much of a power guy.
Just off the plate inside. Bit of a tricky day for the defenders. Sun's kind of popping in and out. They have turned the lights on just to try to even it out a little bit. Right now, very bright. Two. Kyle normally works quickly, but really has slowed it down here with that man on.
It's like he's trying to hasten things up a little bit, but he's got to wait on Cervelli to settle in. Harrison's got his attention now. Harrison capable of stealing a base. The Pirates are 6th in the National League with 22 steals. They've been caught 8 times. Polanco is the best. He's 10 out of 12.
Cervelli with a half cut. That'll count as a full swing. And strike 3.
Cub fans, let's go. Don't miss all the excitement this season here at Wrigley Field. Cubs and Pirates are back at it tomorrow at 3:05, and then the series finale comes your way Sunday at 1:20. Good tickets are still available for both games. Get yours at Cubs.com. We've got John Lester working tomorrow against Garrett Cole. And one of the best in the National League, and he's undefeated in his career against the Cubs. Sunday, Arrieta and Burnett. So 2 really good pitching matchups over the weekend.
The 0-1 to Locke. Sinker is bounced foul.
Hey, you like a good pun every now and then?
Yes, I do.
So when Russell Martin was catching for the Pirates, if Jeff Locke paid attention to him, see where I'm going here? With Lockheed Martin.
Oh, there you go. I did not see where you were going.
I don't know why I didn't think of that last year when Martin was still here. It made more sense, but
well, I was kind of going down if the Pirates gave him a lot of run support, it would be Padlock. Right? But Lockheed Martin, that's another level. Swing and a miss.
My apologies, everybody.
Strike 3. Don't ever apologize for corny jokes. I'd be saying sorry all day. Coverage was CSO's own David Kaplan and Chicago Tribune writer David Haw. The Kaplan Haw Show every morning at 9 a.m. on CSN Chicago.
Tomorrow the Cubs play the Pirates. First pitch at 3:05. First 20,000 fans here at the ballpark will receive a reusable tote bag presented by the MLB Network. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Twitter react to your jokes today. Keep them up. You only need a 300 average to get to the Hall of Fame. And if bad jokes were a crime, they would have put me away a long time ago. I'm all for it. It's always about the effort.
Yeah, it's good to reach deep for a good pun every now and then.
Cubs batting here in the second against Jeff Locke. Thanks to Ken Rosenthal for joining us on our pregame coverage. He's not so sure Troy Tulowitzki's going to get traded. Strike called on Jorge Soler. Rockies finally snapped their 11-game losing streak last night. Carlos Gonzalez hit a 2-out, 3-run homer in the ninth. 5-4 win at the Dodgers.
Soler's going to have a day today. He can stay back on that changeup. Maybe Locke will hang him one. And that ironic, the Rockies had lost 11 in a row, something like that, and then come from behind the way they did in the 9th on the road. A lot of randomness in this game. Unpredictability.
Cubs fans weren't feeling too good about their team after they dropped 2 of 3 at Milwaukee. Come home, beat the first place Mets 4 in a row. They just don't know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's unpredictable in the short term, but somewhat predictable in the long term, right? Because it's such a game of percentages over time. Cream usually rises to the top.
Ball 4.
Players usually perform. Guys with any kind of a track record usually kind of fall within the kind of range that they normally do. And that's what makes this Cub club so interesting and exciting, is because there are a lot of young guys that don't have much of a track record at this level. And we're not sure what they ultimately are going to be.
Back-to-back starts for Matt Caesar.
Ooh, I guess so. Caesar swung it well yesterday. A key double. Where does this one end up? Is it in the zone? No, a little bit off.
So there with a big fake step towards second. Put on the brakes. 0-2 now.
At least hold your ground over there, right? We see so many guys with a left-hander on the mound measure a lead, and as soon as that left-handed pitcher picks up his foot, he's going back to the base. If you don't feel comfortable, take a smaller lead, but an aggressive secondary lead. Good break with the pitch, create a little anxiety in the infield, see if you can get an infielder moving to create a hole.
Locks from Conway, New Hampshire. Second rounder of the Braves in 06. Over with Charlie Morton. Marquis Hernandez from Atlanta, high and deep. McCutchen, though, is going to have room on the warning track for the first out. So now it's a pitcher, Hendricks, likely in a bunting spot here. The runner at first.
Hendricks coming up the plate here with 1 out and a man on first. Created a situation on the part infield. I mean, everybody had to come in and talk this over. Probably saying, you know what, Joe Madden doesn't like to bunt a lot. He might be swinging. Let's throw one over to first and see if he tips his hand.
Harrison pulled in on the grass at third, and Hendricks swings away.
Also likes to use that slug bunt, show bunt, and then pull the bat back and slap it through the infield.
1-2. Has already walked 3. 2 in the first, back-to-back. Now Soler to start the second. 1 out in the inning. But that Schultz bunt with 2 strikes and takes ball 2.
Yeah, and I think Joe's philosophy is he doesn't want to give up outs. He feels like most of his pitchers handle the bat pretty well. He's already 1 out in this inning. So he's going to let his guy swing early, and then with 2 strikes, when a lot of people say, well, take the bunt off, because if you bunt and foul, you're out, Joe's thinking is, well, what are the chances? Look at the batting averages with 2 strikes for most hitters, and then look at it for pitchers.
Got him that time.
So if they don't produce, I can see him coming off that philosophy a little bit and just putting the bunt on early, go ahead and get the bunt down. But it's just, his mindset is let's push a little bit, let's not give up outs, especially again when there's already 1 out in the inning.
Russell had his on-base streak snapped yesterday. Did reach on an error, but that doesn't technically count. In terms of reaching base, he had a 16-game on-base streak. Did knock in a run. And the RBI grounder. Fouls back.
That's the other part of the equation too. Do I or do I not bunt with Hendricks right from the get-go? Russell's not a singles hitter. He's got pop, so he's got extra base power. Soler runs well, so you've got a chance to hit a double and drive in a run here for you.
Pirates have pitched well, allowing 3.37 runs per game, 3rd best in the majors, leading the majors in road ERA at 2.55. Swing and a miss, changeup, 1-2.
If Cub hitters weren't keying in on that changeup prior to the game in their conversations about Jeff Locke, they certainly are now. That's been his go-to pitch here. Pirates starters have the best ERA in the National League at 3.12. Their overall team ERA 3rd best.
Fortunate for Locke, it didn't hit him. And Russell hit it right at Walker. Fielder's choice to end the inning. Kerry Wood coming up in the 3rd. back in the booth with us, and you have a big inaugural event coming up on June 18th here at Wrigley Field.
We do. We're having the Cubs and the Wood Family Foundation are hosting a home run derby here at Wrigley. So yeah, June 18th is the day. We come out and we're gonna have 40 contestants out here. We're gonna do a full gamut of a home run derby, and people can get a chance to take BP and get on the field.
You swinging? You throwing?
I'm
you
throwing.
Do both?
I'll probably swing a little bit until I hurt something. Then I'll just stick to just throwing.
It'll support the Wood Family Foundation and Cubs charities as well, and it's all about the kids, right? I know that's always been an important thing to you and Sarah.
It is, and teaming up with Chicago Cubs charities, we have a lot of the same interests and a lot of the same goals, which is really giving underprivileged kids the opportunities to have access to things they may not have access to. So the Cubs obviously do a lot of great work in our community and around our community, and so we're very glad to partner with them. But it's going to be a great day. I've got John Lieber's coming out. He's going to help me throw a little bit. Is he still our last 20? I think he's our last 20-game winner, right, Lieber?
That sounds right.
Make a promise not to sink it.
No, he's throwing sinker slider for sure.
You better be ready to hit when he's pitching. He likes to work fast. Cubs.com/derby. Hit hard on the ground. Oh, what a pick. Listen, Russell. One away here in the Pirates' third, and 40 participants, so yeah, get in as quickly as you can. It'll be Thursday, June 18th with Kerry Wood. Battle of the Bats.
Battle of the Bats. Center field, 300 feet center field. So you actually have to hit it. It's a real
legit,
you got to be able to do it. So yeah, 40 contestants, 3 rounds, and after the first round we'll go down to 10, and you get 8 outs, and then the championship round. So we'll be hitting all day out here.
So did you get texts the other day during the Corey Kluber game?
You know, I was at a place where I couldn't have my phone on. I was at a golf club and then no phone, so I didn't have my phone. I was having dinner, and then I drove home, so I don't ever text and drive. So I got home, put the kids, everybody to bed, and grabbed my phone. And a buddy of mine was like, "Are you watching this game? This guy from Cleveland's got 16 through 7." Started sweating.
Off the end of the bat as Walker pops up. Yes, he had 18 through 8 at a fairly high pitch count. If he had a no-hitter, they would have let him come back out for the 9th. But yeah, it makes you reminisce a little bit. We just passed the anniversary of the 20 strikeout game.
It was pretty impressive watching his highlights. That was man, I don't know. I'm sure he argued a little bit to get back out there. I would have been kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
Well, we mentioned this last time you were here. JD called that game back in '98 with Bill Brown. And JD, what stands out to you? We've asked Kerry a million times about his day.
Well, two things. One, that was a really good lineup you did it against. And two, just the action on some of those breaking balls was otherworldly. I was like, my goodness, nobody can hit this stuff.
It's just one of those days. I don't think I knew how good the lineup was either.
Touch him with a base hit.
Right, you kind of get into the flow of it, right? And you're not thinking about guys' resumes. You're just.
And even it started raining in the 7th inning, and I was slipping on the mound, and really I sat there and I was like, man, this guy, he's going to call it. He's going to call this game. He's going to throw the tarp on. And he never did, and I just slipped in. The ball kept going right where I wanted it to go. So it was just one of those days.
I remember talking to some of the Astro hitters afterwards, and it wasn't like they felt bad. They were like, we didn't have a chance. It wasn't like, man, if we had done this or done that or had a better approach, we were overmatched.
What memorabilia do you have from that day, Kerry?
I've got Spike's glove, last out hat.
The Hall of Fame
actually,
probably
Hall
for
of
stuff,
Fame
right?
has the hat and the jersey. Okay. I have the glove, the shoes, and the ball.
Very cool. So you didn't use the glove after that?
I did the rest of the season, and then that glove company no longer stayed in business. So I actually used it a little bit the next year, and then I had Tommy John, and then I retired the glove.
1 strike the count. Marte pulls this one left field and foul. Well, how about this 2015 Chicago Cubs team with all these kids?
I like it. I like the energy. I like the way they seem to be pulling for each other, rooting for each other, challenging each other. I mean, you look in the. I'm not sure how many pitches we've already made Locke throw, but he's just good at bats all the way around. And Hendricks is throwing the ball great today. We've had some great starts. Arrieta's going to, what you're getting from Jake, and and Lester as well. So I think it's a great combo. They're fun to watch, a lot of fun to watch. You know, a big sign for me was after that hiccup in Milwaukee, coming back here and sweeping the first place team, which was pretty impressive.
Roll foul. I see a little Kerry Wood and John Lester. John, I think, shows it maybe more than you do, but there's an intensity on the mound that he has.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, just the way he goes about his work. There's definitely an intensity there, and he's fun to watch. He is smoother than I was for sure, but he's a fun one to watch.
Did you see him barking at the home plate umpire the other night?
No,
David Ross kept him in the game. That was a great save by the catcher.
You don't see him bark too much, Lester. So he probably had a legitimate gripe.
Yeah, he was, he kind of doing the double take a couple of times. You could see it building as the game progressed. There were some calls, borderline calls that he didn't get. He thought he should have gotten, and then there was a couple more later on. He just couldn't hold it in anymore.
Sometimes it builds on us. You know that.
Yeah.
2 strikes on Marte. Hendricks tries to get out of this 3rd inning with no damage. 2-out single by McCutchen. Another one bounced foul. Again, June 18th. That's a Thursday here at Wrigley Field. All participants get a uniform, a BP with Kerry Wood and friends, fielding tips with Cubs alums, food and beverages during the event. Get your name on the brand new video board. All kinds of great stuff. You can register at Cubs.com/derby. Swing and a miss on the changeup. As we go down memory lane, 1998. Kerry, thanks for the time.
Guys, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Good luck.
Jim, good to see you.
See you.
Curveball. Osma strikes out. And another one, strike 3. 2 now. And struck him out. Gets Derek Bell for his 20th strikeout.
Jeff Locke against Dexter Fowler in a scoreless tie. Always great to talk with Kerry Wood. First time through the order, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks for Locke. Called strike 2.
He certainly has established changeup early, first time through the order. See if he changes his game plan a little bit as the hitters get their second look at him.
2 changeup is low.
Fowler took that one like he knew it was coming. Nice adjustment, recognizing what he's been doing in certain counts.
Shallow center, base hit. Cubs on the hit board.
Well, there's an old adage in baseball: for hitters look away and react in, and with that changeup, it certainly makes sense to stay back. You do become vulnerable to hard stuff inside. Fowler got jammed by that one, but a good result. Get out of here.
Rizzo second in the lineup, as he often is against lefties. They overshift to the right. Gung, the only infielder on the left side. And a strike on the outside corner. So you see Walker pulled way over. Harrison, the third baseman, will probably be the pivot man on a double play.
We've seen Rizzo bunt in this situation before. Just try to push one towards third base.
By the way, the Pirates defensively have turned a major league leading 41 double plays so far this season. One. Fun follow on Twitter at Cubs no hit streak. We've mentioned this before, but its sole purpose is following the Cubs major league record streak. Want to know how many games it's been now?
Yes, I do.
7,860 consecutive games without being no hit since the perfecto in 1965, dealt by Sandy Koufax, September 9th of that year. Yeah, I follow him, and usually around the third inning, he starts to kind of send out these panic tweets. Uh-oh. This could get too interesting. Extra Fowler comes through. He's got stats on all the guys who've broken up the no-hitters. Fowler takes off, and he's going to be safe. That's number 9 on the year. Time 2-2 on Rizzo.
Fowler and Rizzo, the guys who have led the way for the Cubs in the stolen base department. You see Fowler kind of not tipping his hand over there, hands on knees, but off he goes, providing an RBI opportunity for Rizzo now. Cubs have stolen 32 bases, been caught 10 times. Came in with the 4th best stolen base percentage in the league.
Inside to Rizzo. So Fowler broke up the no-hitter yesterday with a home run. 783 times. The Cubs' first hit during the streak has been a home run.
What's the latest into a game a no-hitter has gone against the Cubs since Koufax?
Well, Cubs no-hit streak, tweet us, will you?
Yeah, that's, I'm throwing that out there for him, her, them, whoever that is. Whoever that masked man is. Who was that man? Rizzo likes to go up the middle in this situation, especially against a lefty. Choke up. Try to play a little pepper with the center fielder. Locke's been trying to pitch him in with fastballs. Pirates get more balls put in play on the ground than any team in the National League. So that certainly helps in that high double play turned number you talked about.
Ernie Broglio was the first pitcher to extend the streak. The oldest Cub to extend the streak, Davey Lopes. He was 41. Like I said, good follow, right? Three and two to Rizzo.
Good no hit trivia.
Line dropped by Alvarez. That's going to send Fowler to third, and nobody covered first. Assumptions. We mention that a lot. There are assumptions made on plays, and a line drive to the first baseman is one of them, and Jeff Locke just froze. So everybody's safe.
Yeah, off the bat, you know, he finishes on the third base side a little bit, and he's thinking Alvarez has made this play, and then he turns his attention to Fowler.
He got locked up.
He did get locked up. Sharply hit, but a ball that probably should have been caught by Alvarez.
So this could really open the door. You've got Chris Bryant at the plate, nobody out. And runners at the corners. That was a hit for Rizzo, by the way. A change up, swing, and a miss.
Pirates will be content to play for two here and allow Fowler to score on a ground ball.
Two strikes to Bryant.
Trying to bounce a changeup here. Seems like they take a shot upstairs with a fastball at some point.
Fastball in. Fowler blooped a single to center to start it. Stole second. Rizzo then with an infield hit. Line drive that deflected off the glove of Alvarez. 2-2 to Bryant. Here it comes. Another one missing. Rizzo didn't get a good look at it. I think the ball was right behind Bryant. It blocked Rizzo's vision. So 3-2.
Yeah, it's 0-2 to 3-2. We've seen this a lot from Chris Bryant and a change up that time. I don't think Locke ever got the grip right. Didn't look like he had the feel for that one. And he missed down, then to hang it. Bryant worked a walk first time up on a 3-2 pitch that just missed. Down and away. We'll see how they go after him here.
There seems to be a question about the count. And I believe he can go to replay on this if necessary. Pirates wondering if it's really 3-2.
Feels like it's 3-2.
I think so.
I'm going to go with 3-2 till I find
what
out
you got,
otherwise.
Jim? You got 3-2, 2-2, 3-1?
I don't know, man. It's your job to keep the count. I'm just down here at third base. It's kind of like a day off for me. I think the dugout's saying, let's go. We know it's 3-2. And he said, it's your guy, it's your catcher that's confused.
Bryant sends one to deep left, way back. It is gone. A 3-run homer. Didn't matter what the count was.
It's a nice, easy pass. They went back to the changeup, but he left it in the strike zone. We talked about the Cub hitters making the adjustment, realizing that Locke is loving that changeup today. That one's up above the knees, out away from Bryant, and really smooth through the zone. See you later. It's your Ford home run replay, number 4 for Chris Bryant.
Number 4 in his last 7 games, in fact. Base is empty, 3-0. Ball 1 to Castro.
I believe he got it on the sweet spot. Just an impressive at bat. A very impressive young hitter.
Castro singles to left. 4 straight hits to begin this inning.
I'm going to repeat, Bryant started that at bat. No balls, 2 strikes. We didn't start it, but he got there. 0-2, worked his way back, and delivered the big fly.
Ray Searage out to talk it over. A second, we want to send condolences to the family and friends of Zeb Pfeiffer, a Kankakee County Sheriff Deputy and a lifelong Cubs fan. Castillo takes a strike.
He's shaking his head, pretty well convinced he was going to see a changeup there after his first at bat. They double crossed him with the heater.
Inside, 1-1.
Maybe the message delivered by Ray Searage in that meeting was, hey, let's not fall too much in love with that changeup. Let's reestablish fastball. Here comes the 3rd one in a row. Didn't trust him.
The conventional wisdom around the Cubs was once Bryant hits number 1, it's going to open the floodgates, and that's been the case this week, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
And what, 92 plate appearances to hit his first. He's got 4 in a week.
Oh, he's going to put up some monster numbers and crazy good numbers in this ballpark. In the heat of the summer, the wind blowing out. Has an ability to get the ball in the air with backspin. And he doesn't have to crush it to hit it out of here with his strength.
Just drops his bat Stop throwing me the changeup.
Yeah, pretty good sequence here as he reestablished fastball, and that set up the swing and miss on the 3-1 changeup.
Swing and a miss on a fastball that time. So that's the first out.
Open things up by working in early. The 3-1 changeup helps to set up the elevated fastball for strike 3.
Castro the runner at first. Soler fouls. T-Mobile game changer. Going back to April 29th. 3 guys in the ballpark today leading National League rookies in hits.
Soler first time up, worked a walk. I think he's enjoying the warm weather. I don't think we had so many cold nights here. Jorge had that ski mask up over his nose. I think he really enjoyed the cold. How's Greg Gibson doing? He got dinged there, huh?
Ed Halber out to check on him.
Soler's got that big, long swing, long finish. And as he brings it back through, gets a piece of Gibson. Ooh. Got away with one there. Hanger and Soler pulled off and Lockett 81 pitches. He doesn't like to throw that fastball in the strike zone. And the Cubs with their patient approach really making him throw a lot of pitches. Not a brutally hot day, but warm and muggy.
Caesar on deck. Called strike 3.
Big breaking ball this time from Locke.
Good take.
Inside.
So far, this is the kind of day you've seen 4 strikeouts, but you can live with them because of the overall picture. He's nearing, 90 pitches through 3 innings. Bryant with the 3-run homer. They just have not let up on Locke. And when you work deep counts, you're going to take a called third every now and again. They've taken the 2 so far today.
Yeah, one was the pitcher, Hendricks, and that one to Soler was probably a ball. There's that one changeup, an elevated changeup that Soler pulled off, fouled off a little bit. So, you know, if you're looking for to critique the at bat, that would be the one. He didn't do anything with that pitch, but just in terms of what he chose to swing at and what he didn't, pretty solid plate appearance.
In the air, left center. This long inning is going to end with McCutchen taking it away from Marte. Chris Bryant putting 3 on the board with one big swing. And the Cubs lead 3-0.
Sundays are back here at Wrigley Field this Sunday after the ball game. The first 1,000 kids 13 and younger with wristbands will be allowed on the field to run the bases, weather permitting. For more information on this program, visit Cubs.com/Sundays.
Kyle Hendricks searching for his first victory of the season. And he's got a 3-0 lead. Now working in the 4th. Sinker misses on Gung. Signed a 4-year contract. Prior to the season, club option for 2019 was an 11-year deal. Pirates also paid a posting fee of $5 million as he grounds out to short. One away. Now Alvarez, 1 for 1. Outside, ball 1. Alvarez, a product of Vanderbilt. Second overall pick in the 2008 draft. Tim Beckham, shortstop to the Rays with the first pick. That is a towering fly ball deep to right, and it's gone. A home run into the construction. And it's 3-1.
He's one of the stronger players in the National League. He has tremendous power. Look at the legs on this guy. They call him the Bull. There's a lot of swing and miss in his game, but he'll take his walks and prodigious power.
6'3", 250. Pedro Alvarez, and he just hit his 110th career homer. He now has sole possession of 17th on the Pirates all-time home run list. First homer since May 3rd.
Who's the first 16?
You need to give me a moment. Fly to right off the bat of Harrison. Soler's got it.
Aside from the home run, 2 relatively quick outs for Hendricks here in the 4th. He'll stay on the attack after his club gave him a 3-run cushion. Forget the sunglasses. Haven't needed them much lately.
All right, I can give you the top 10. The all-time Pirate home run leader, it's not even close. Leads by 174
Pops.
Willie Stargell, 475. The top 3 guys are all in the Hall.
Kiner.
Stargell, Kiner, Clemente. Nobody else has more than 200.
Dave Parker's got to be on your list.
He's 5th. Barry Bonds, Dave Parker, Brian Giles, Frank Thomas, the other Frank Thomas, Jason Bay, Bill Mazeroski, Kevin Young. So what did I say, 110 for Alvarez? So he'll be in the top 10 within a year. Maybe later this year if he gets hot. Chicago area native Rob Scahill up in the Pirates bullpen. 2-2.
Cervelli not buying it.
Bounced wide of 3rd.
So the Cubs bullpen must have some game they play down there with foul balls.
Yes.
Like the last guy, you don't want to be the first guy to move.
And nobody moved. That ball rolled all the way through.
So I guess the question is who can hang in there the longest when it's a rocket down there.
Like Mott and Rosscup had the best shot at it, but they sat there frozen. As did Cervelli. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate the segue moment.
Let's just quibble with that one. It's a good pitch.
Home run, Pedro Alvarez. It's now 3-1 Cubs. Midway in the 4th.
Flip over to CSN Plus for Blackhawks postgame live presented by Hawk Ford. It's immediately following the game. It's on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. hawk would have a decided advantage over a duck, but you never know.
Outside on Kyle Hendricks.
Jeff Locke due to lead off the top half of the fifth for the Pirates. If he wants to take that at bat and stay in the game, he needs to prove to Clint Hurdle that he's going to be able to turn things around here in the fourth. Pitch count up to 88. Needs to have a breezy fourth. Doesn't appear to be headed that way.
No, he's gone 3-0 on the pitcher to start the inning. The Girls ball 4. We might see some action in their bullpen.
His nickname in high school, this fellow here, Jeff Locke, was the Redstone Rocket. Redstone, New Hampshire.
That ball's going to land fair. Right field corner. Well, Polanco acted like that was going to be foul. But the wind direction today helping Kyle Hendricks as he gets his, I think that's his first career double. It is. First career extra base hit.
He just flew by me. See, he talking about him manipulating the ball on the mound. Here he is slicing one in the right field corner. This ball always goes foul, but not when Kyle Hendricks hits it. He's that clever. Brandon Hyde, he knew it was going to stay fair. And cranks that left arm, and Hendricks able to cruise on into second base. And indeed, that's going to get some action going in the Pirate pen.
Yeah, on second look, Polanco does not catch that ball either way. He had a long run to get there.
Yeah, opposing pitcher up there, you're going to really shorten up on the off-field side.
Ooh, strike called. It's like Antonio Bastardo just off the paternity list. He's getting loose for the Pirates. He's a new dad. Russell hustling. Harrison will get him, but he does move Hendricks to third.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good fortune or a good read by Kyle Hendricks, but a lot of pitchers / base runners aren't particularly adept out there and would just lock up on that one and stay at second base.
Cervelli is not right. Let's see what happened here. Ooh, he got hit by a backswing.
Yeah, left arm or hand.
He is in a lot of pain right now. Chris Stewart is their backup.
Yeah, for a catcher, there's no, situation where it's better one hand than the other. Both very important for his job. It looks like he's going to be okay to stay in the ball game. Chance to get that run back here with a man on third and one out. Fowler will bat with infield pulled in.
Cubs leading 3-1 here in the fourth. Pitch, Fowler back to the screen.
And after a good one, it's the battle plan in this situation. You got the infield in, a man on third. Fly ball deep enough, gets the job done. You get a pitch up that you feel like you can elevate, get after it.
Did not go. 1-1.
Challenge for these Pirate fielders playing behind lock today. He's thrown so many pitches, working fairly deliberately. Have to stay engaged.
Driven in the air to deep left. Marte on the warning track will make the catch as Hendricks will trot home. Fowler just missed a home run, but as it is, he'll get an RBI on the sac fly. 4-1.
Well, good work by Hendricks going to third base on that ground ball by Russell. And Fowler makes it easy for him with that deep fly ball to trot on home.
So 2 outs, nobody on. And the dirt ball 1. Inside, and a few people ask why wasn't that catcher's interference? It was a backswing. Catcher's interference is only on the actual swing. If you swing at a pitch and tick the glove of the catcher, that is interference. What's on the backswing is Rizzo, towering drive. How far will it go? The back of those bleachers. Wow, 5-1. A majestic home run for Rizzo.
It has been so fun to watch. And that time he takes a big low. There's 2 outs. Nobody on. He's looking to inflict damage, and by golly, he inflicted some serious damage. That ball was crushed.
And as that ball was hitting wood, Jeff Locke realized that's probably it for me. Rough day for the Pirates starter. It's a Weber's sauces and seasonings. Call to the pen. Why grill with anything else? A lot of seasoning on that home run ball. 5-1 Cubs.
Saucy.
It's Antonio Bistardo. Spent a few days on the paternity list. First child born on Monday. Baby boy named Byron.
Well, Byron's dad has got no wins, no losses, a 6.43 ERA. He's a veteran. He's been around for a few years now. His work prior to this year with the Phillies, debuted in 09. And finesse style left-hander, work up in the zone with a fastball. Has a slider and a changeup.
Bryant hit a go-ahead 3-run homer his last time up. We're only in the 4th. Jeff Locke made 101 pitches to record 11 outs.
Jeff Locke came into this game having made 3 starts here at Wrigley Field, had a 7.24 ERA here, so he may pass the next time he's asked to pitch at Wrigley.
Strike 2. Count is even.
It's been a week since Bistardo's been on a big league mound.
Long run Polanco, and now he's battling the sun, and he makes the catch just into foul territory, and that will end the inning. Anthony Rizzo with number 8 on the year. That came after a sac fly from Fowler. Cubs add to their lead 5-1. From Illinois. Look at all these numbers. 44, 6-1 and a 25-game winning streak.
Pretty impressive stuff. I seen the paper the other day, ranked number 2, I think, 2 or 3 in the country.
Switch hitting Steve Lombardozzi. A pinch hit for Bistardo. Popped up, and Rizzo overran it, but still got it. Like he looked off Hendricks and Castillo and then tried to relocate the ball, couldn't find it, and had to make a very late adjustment.
Yeah, and I think Lombardozzi coming down the line distracted him a little bit as well. Charging hard. You kind of see his facial expression change into panic mode, but reaching out and able to secure it.
Polanco has struck out and grounded out. Pirates run coming on an Alvarez homer in the fourth. And on his hands that time from Hendricks. Got a note from Brandon wondering if Chris Bryant's leading the league in pitches seen. Earlier this week he was #1 in the National League in pitches per plate appearance. I don't think it would be out of line to predict that he will be among the league leaders for a long time to come in that department. That's his profile. A lot of 3-2 counts, and the more home runs he hits, I think the more pitches he will see, because not a lot of them will be in the strike zone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now that he's starting to hit for power to see how he is pitched and to see whether he becomes a little bit more aggressive now he's kind of found that power stroke.
Hit pretty well, but Soler playing fairly deep, and he'll make the grab in right center.
And we've talked a lot about the patience. That's been a storyline all year long. We'll see how Locke went after him in the home run at bat. He got the jump on him 0-2, but the ability to just spit on the changeup down and away, fastball in, and nibbling, and then the mistake changeup, and he makes him pay. Hitters will tell you sometimes you only get that one pitch in an at bat to do anything with, and sometimes it comes early, sometimes it comes late, sometimes it doesn't come at all, but you've got to be ready.
I think the other thing about Bryant in terms of deep counts, this is how pitchers are pitching him to begin his career.
Right. Yeah. So before he's inflicted a whole lot of big league damage.
Yeah.
But and that's the thing too, as he matures as a hitter, and we've seen it with Rizzo. We tend to define good at bats as long at bats. Sometimes you get up there, you get a fastball early out over the plate, and you can attack it, hit it hard. That's a good at bat. And that's what we see with Rizzo. Certain times when he's ready to attack early, other times he's looking to see a few pitches.
Hendricks behind Walker, 3-1. McCutchen would hit next. At the limit now, 3-2. Swing and a miss on the sinker. And the Pirates go down 1-2-3 for the first time today. Hendricks cruising with a 4-run lead. trying for their first 5-game win streak of 2015. And here's Robert Joseph Scahill, product of Willowbrook High School in Villa Park, Illinois, and later Bradley University.
Scahill's been very dependable for Clint Hurdle so far this year. At 0.59 ERA. He's getting a ton of outs on the ground. 6 ground ball outs for every fly ball. Using a 2-seam fastball a lot more than he has in the past, and that's probably why. Got good life on his heater. (15 1/3 innings). He's allowed 13 hits. None have left the ballpark.
Two and 1 the count. Castillo and Soler here in the 5th. Pulled on the ground and booted by Harrison. That'll be an error on Josh Harrison.
Not an easy chance. He tried to scramble to get in front of it. Might have been better off trying to play it on the backhand. 7th error committed by Harrison this year. It looked like he got caught in between. Was initially going to backhand and then turned and tried to change his game plan a little bit. Back on the heels.
Castillo digs in.
Let's keep applying the pressure. Leadoff man has reached. Each of the last 4 innings.
Tough day for Cervelli. That one stung. Wasn't a bat this time. It was a foul ball. And of all people, Castillo can relate.
Yeah, what's right about now is when you start to regret when the youth league guy coach said, "Hey, anybody want to catch?" I go, "Hey, that gear, that looks like fun. I'm going to put that gear on. I'll be different than all the other guys. I get to wear the cool equipment. I get to look out at the field where everybody else is looking at me." You know, he's thinking, "I should have stayed at short."
So Jeff Snyder, BaseballEssential.com, wrote a lengthy piece about retired uniform numbers. Did you see it?
I did not.
And it has made the rounds, and he's got an interesting idea about retired uniform numbers.
I'm intrigued.
Yes. Scahill will check on the runner. He thinks it's time to start unretiring numbers. And I think the impetus here is the Yankees. All the single digits are unavailable. And his thought is to maybe do what was it Ken Griffey Jr.? Didn't he wear 42 for 1 year or for a game or something in honor of Jackie Robinson?
Yeah,
his thought is that maybe teams take certain numbers, and maybe one particular year you honor a player with a number based on the retired number of that player. So, like your home run leader, the Yanks, the year before gets to wear Babe Ruth's number, something like that. That is going to be foul. Brandon McCarthy replied. He said he thinks when a number is retired, it should go to that guy or his estate, and then they control the number. And if somebody requests it, they would say, "Okay." Well, Fergie Jenkins, for instance, could bestow his number upon a Cub pitcher whom he believes deserves it, and that way it would be in essence honoring that player even more by keeping it active. What do you think of that? Castro runs. He's going to get the bag. without a throw.
Picked a good pitch, slider out of the zone. I would have no problem with it. I mean, I'm impressed that somebody's doing all that thinking about the retired numbers. I'm really giving it a whole lot of thought, because there's a lot of numbers.
Yep. Well, the last line of the Snyder piece, and I'll tweet the link. You want to honor a player by slapping his number on an outfield wall? That's great. There's no reason to stop it, but let's separate that from the idea of retiring a number, and let's accept the fact that the best way to honor the player is letting another great player follow in his footsteps.
Yeah, and if you're struggling, you have to give it up. You're not worthy. It'd be a big ceremony in the clubhouse. Or if you prove to not be a good teammate, no, you can no longer wear Mr. Banks' number.
Yeah, Junior wore it on April 15th, 2007. Wore number 42, the 60th anniversary of Jackie Robinson's debut. And that kind of started the whole idea of everybody wearing 42 on April 15th. That hit him. Castillo got hit, and he'll take first base.
How about poor Welly? He's getting his first chance to start on back-to-back days. And he punches out his first 2 times up, smokes one foul here, and then he gets smoked himself. Cervelli gets a piece of it as well, so 2 for 1 there. Could be a tough game sometimes.
Pirates get hit a lot, and I would say the Cubs do, but it's mostly Anthony Rizzo.
Well, they pitch inside. That's a reputation of this club. They're very good at it. He's got a lot of arm side run. Sometimes it's tough to control. He's got to keep that front side closed a little longer. Try to get a little more sink and a little less run. In the original uniform numbers, they coincided with the hitter's spot in the batting order. So Ruth was 3, Garrett was 4.
Anyway, it's kind of an interesting baseball conversation.
It's not like there would have to be a mandate. Every club could handle it individually, right? They could say, hey, we've decided to do this. We're going to honor some of our great players by pulling their uniform number out of mothballs for a season.
You could leave, the flags here at Wrigley, you could leave them on the foul pole. Swing and a miss. Was it Jim Umbricht?
In Houston.
Yeah. He tells the story, his number was retired. Passed away from cancer. So maybe, the Astros could give his number to a guy who's overcome some sort of odds or something in his honor. Interesting. 2-2 on Soler, who wears number 68.
Or we could just change it up altogether and go to letters. Letter B. Or just go to a symbol like Prince. Now batting the peace sign. It feels like a comfortable lead, doesn't it? 5-1. Hendricks going along nicely into that Pirate bullpen already, but Cubs know how quickly things can turn around. They were down by this deficit yesterday. Came all the way back to win.
Ball 4. How about this? An error, a stolen base, a hit batter, and a walk to load the bases. Here comes Ray Searage.
Nobody up in the Pirate bullpen, although that's about to change.
Guessing if offered the opportunity, Joe Madden would wear pie, right?
Yeah.
3.14.
Joe doing pie. Now, what's the story behind his 70? There's a story there, right?
There is a story. I want to say 20 was his number before Don Sutton wore it with the Angels. And maybe it's that Joe got to the big leagues wearing 70 and he decided to keep it. He told us a story a couple of months ago, but I think that's how it went. Our AT&T U-verse multi-view. Cubs already leading 5-1 and threatening to get a bunch more. Archimedes Caminero is up. They're going to bring their infield in. Caesar, base hit left field. Cubs should get a couple. Castro, Castillo. 7-1.
A lot of baseball yet to be played. Don't let up on that gas pedal. Caesar had a big knock yesterday. This is a slider that backs up on Scahill. Delivered to left by Caesar.
Hendricks bunts through strike one. Strike three called. Number one. The Cubs have a couple of positions. We have some rotating parts. Catcher and a left field. Hadn't got a ton of offensive production out of left field, but lately they're getting it. Chris Coughlin's had a good homestand. Caesar has knocked in 3 here these last 2 days, and that's going to be it for Scahill.
Hurdle maybe just wanting to save some bullets here.
I think you just had too many pitches, young man. So a Weber's sauces and seasonings call to the pen. All Cubs today. Here's Archimedes Caminero.
Interesting guy and big right-hander who can light up the radar gun. We've seen him reach 100 miles an hour. He averages better than 98 miles per hour with his fastball.
Ball one to Russell. That is the 131st pitch made by the Pirates. And we're in the 5th inning. Inside. 97. This is the 27th batter for the Cubs. I think it was Dale Swain who said, you know, you always want to get that 5th at bat, 5th plate appearance for as many guys in the order as you can. You know you've had a really good offensive day, and the Cubs very much on pace to do that.
He's going to complain about not getting enough turns today.
Pop up. Field fly rule effect. Alvarez makes a catch. So before the Russell at bat, it was at 130, 26 batters. Doing the quick math, that's 5 pitches per plate appearance. Pretty good.
Yeah. Well, the Cubs are averaging just under 4. 3.98 pitches per plate appearance on average, best mark in the National League.
Fowler pops it up off of third. Harrison is over at the barrier, and he makes a catch to end the inning. Caminero retires both men. He faces here in the 5th. Cubs get a couple more. It's 7-1.
The Cubs Authentics auction page every Sunday night for your chance to win one-of-a-kind game-used Cubs items. This week's auction features the pink-out BP jerseys wore this past Monday. Net proceeds from the sale of these jerseys will benefit mammograms for under and uninsured women through the Advocate Charitable Foundation. Go to Cubs.com/authentics to place your bids.
Kyle Hendricks back to work. And a first pitch strike to Andrew McCutchen. He has walked and singled down both times.
Got a big lead, but don't change your game plan. Keep pitching.
Russell, the second baseman, out in shallow center.
Sometimes guys get in trouble, young guys in particular, when given a big lead, they think they're just supposed to just start pumping fastballs over the heart of the plate. No, don't do that. Now you get deep in a count, you might be willing to challenge as opposed to walking a guy, but until that point, just pitch your game. And Hendricks' game is sinkers, changeups, cutters, moving it in and out, up and down.
Marte with one out. Strike one.
Kyle's had the strikeout pitch going today. He's punched out 7. He's done with changeups, sinkers, high fastballs.
Quirk in the schedule. The Yankees played their first 36 games in the Eastern time zone. That will end tonight. They're at Kansas City. Uncle Pineda's 5-0 going into that start.
Yankees have lost 3 in a row, have a 1-game lead over Tampa in the AL East.
Chris Young will go for Kansas City, 2-0 with an 0.78. Dallas Keuchel pitching for Houston tonight. He's 4-0. Face R.A. Dickey. Blue Jays and the Astros. Ground ball toward left. Nice stop. Bryant up with it. Safe. Marte with an infield hit.
Yeah, Marte will get a lot of those. He hits the ball on the ground a lot, and he can really run fast. Good effort here by Bryant. You see him up on the balls of the feet, ready to react. Quickly unfolds that big long body and fires it across the diamond, but Marte beat it at the wire.
Runner at first, 1 out. Gong 0 for 2. And ball 1. You've got to love the pitching matchup in Texas tonight. Indians and Rangers.
What do you got?
Bruce Chen and Wandy Rodriguez.
Oh, man.
Isn't that
couple
great?
of survivors.
Runner goes, and a high fly to left. Caesar makes the catch. How about down 7-1 in the 6th, and Marte was on the move. 2 down. Bring up Alvarez. He homered in the 4th.
Yeah, and I think maybe, who knows, man, that might have just been Marte running on his own. But maybe Clint Hurdle is wanting to make sure he stays out of a double play to give Alvarez a chance to swing with somebody on base. Alvarez popped a home run last time up, his 6th. Usually when you get behind like this, that's what it takes to get back. Either the other club starts to walk people or kick the ball around, or you have to knock a couple out of the ballpark with somebody on base.
Ground ball, Russell able to knock it down. He doesn't have a play, so the Pirates had a couple of infield hits here in the 6th inning.
Kind of scary the way his hand flipped underneath after he fielded that ground ball. So quick and explosive. Sorry, his wrist gets turned under a little bit there, but it's like no issue. So I think, we talked about how you pitch in certain situations, how you pitch with a lead, and here with Harrison up there, I think now the mindset for Hendricks changes a little bit. Just pitch away from his power. You got a 6-run lead. Just don't make a mistake on the inner half. So a good command of that sinker down and in under the right-handed hitter's bat.
Matchup of first place teams this weekend in St. Louis, Tigers and Cardinals. Shane Green, Carlos Martinez tonight. Actually, Tigers in second, they're a game out. So we'll say playoff contenders matching up in St. Louis. Cardinals with a 5-game lead over the Cubs currently. And they're 14-3 at Busch Stadium. And a base hit to right. Marte held at third. They are loaded.
Rick Schofield, the third base coach of the Pirates, with a wise hold there, down 6. Jorge Soler, the right fielder, with that cannon of an arm. So Hendricks did exactly what he was supposed to do, stayed away from any big mistakes on Harrison. Harrison took what he was given. Punches it into right. This one with Soler's arm as a pitcher, sometimes you're thinking, go ahead, try it. This is a good pitch. Staying out of the danger zone, off the plate, down a little bit.
While this lead feels very comfortable, I can tell you the manager isn't comfortable right now. Wind blowing out today. He knows one swing of the bat can make this a ball game again. So pitching coach out to talk it over. Grimm getting loose. Cervelli, the hitter. Corey Hart now in the on-deck circle in the pitcher spot.
Cervelli has punched out both times today. He chased a high fastball his first at bat, then got caught looking in the 4th.
Tough day back of the plate. Backswing. Foul ball. My late grandfather would have said, well, at least your hand doesn't hurt me. Taking the one off the mask. Right field, Soler going back on it and off the wall. 3 runs are going to score. Cervelli with a 3-run double. And they cut the lead in half. 7-4 now.
Yeah, all that pain that Cervelli has endured today feels a lot better after this swing of the bat. Inside out, off field stroke, but with authority. Cervelli's showing pretty good power the other way. He's a guy who doesn't hit the ball out of the ballpark very much at all. He almost gets one here. He hasn't gotten deep yet this year. Anything in the air is dangerous today.
So that'll be it for Hendricks. The Weber's Sauces and Seasonings call to the pen. Grimm coming on, 7-4 Cubs.
Working for the 5th time since coming off the disabled list. Half of those 6 strikeouts you see on his stat line there came in the ball game yesterday. He worked a 3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeout top half of the 6 as part of that outstanding work by the Cubs bullpen. They went 4 2/3 scoreless, allowed 3 hits. They didn't walk anybody. They struck out 9 as a group. Dangerous man here in Corey Hart. Four hits in the inning for the Pirates. They've doubled their output for the day.
Well, you know, we were talking earlier about how this game can be funny. You lose 2 series to the last place Brewers, and then you sweep the first place Mets, and a lot of crazy examples around baseball. But the other one about this game, JD, is how quickly it can change mid-game. This looked like a laugher.
Yeah, well, especially in this ballpark on a day like today. And the ballpark really hasn't been a big factor yet today, but the potential is there, and that's what drives the thinking of the managers when you're playing on a day like this at Wrigley. They like to have those strikeout, those power arms coming out of the bullpen just to keep the ball out of play.
Caught the edge.
It was just a beautiful pitch. 4-seam fastball, bottom of the knees, down near the outside corner. Got a lot of options now. Coming into play today, the Pirates pinch hitters woeful. 100 batting average, 5 out of 50.
Is it 5 out of 50?
5 out of 50.
Hart has all 5 of those hits. He's 5 for 12. So Clint picked the right guy, I guess. Hey, who has all the hits off the bench? I do. Yeah. You're in. Playing with a Chicago native, Dave Joust. The Pirates coaches. Two balls, 2 strikes. Cervelli, the runner at second. He just knocked in 3 with a double. Base hit left field. Cervelli around third. Caesar's throw. Late. 7-5 now. We'll close the book on Hendricks.
Yeah, the line ultimately won't be pretty, will it? He's still in position to pick up the win, but it's going to be nail-biting time for him to see if the bullpen can hang on here as the Pirates starting to feel good about their day all of a sudden.
Five earned runs allowed in 5 2/3 innings for Hendricks, who still can get the win if the bullpen can hold this lead. And the tying run is at the plate. All 1 to Polanco. Ball 2.
Maybe flying open a little bit there. And that ball leak away from the left-handed hitter. Castillo out there to remind him. Stay on top, stay close. Blanco, good hitter. He hasn't hit for power this year, just 1 home run so far. That may develop the longer he's in the league. That one, yeah, really drifting off the plate.
This weird note, the Cubs have now been outscored 32-13 in the 6th inning. Obviously, this has been kind of that inning where a lot of Cubs starters have been taken out of the game and go to that first wave of bullpen.
Yeah, and it's, you know, fairly typical for most pitchers to, you see that those numbers, the batting average against the hard contact starts to go up 3rd time through the order.
This ball just wide. 3-2.
There, spray chart there. It looks like 3-2 is dead on. Seamer shooting for the outside corner.
Hart goes on the 3-2, and it's outside, ball 4. Neil Walker, Zach Rosscup getting loose, but probably wouldn't see him for a bit unless they want to turn around Walker.
Yeah,
but then you got McCutchen,
yeah, that's a tough call, and that walk right there just changed the whole setup for Joe Madden. And sending Bosio out there to talk, to buy Rosscup a little time, and perhaps to buy himself a little time to think this through as to what he wants to do here. You know, Walker far more dangerous from this side of the plate. Sometimes as a manager, though, you have to yield that advantage because you've got a lot of outs to cover in your bullpen at this stage of the game. Start playing the matchup game in the 6th, you're going to run out of arms fairly quickly.
Ninth Pirate hitter here in this 6th inning. Hart at second, Polanco at first. Grim to the plate.
Overthrown a little bit, just doesn't trust her right now. It's a dangerous pitch coming here.
Cubs trailed 5-1 yesterday and won the game 6-5. Today they had a 7-1 lead going into this 6th inning, and now it's 7-5. 2-1.
Neil Walker has 79 home runs in his major league career. 73 of them have come as a left-handed batter.
Gets away from Castillo, and both runners advance. So now a single potentially could tie it. It's a passed ball.
Curveball, and well, he's just late getting there. Got a base open. Got Andrew McCutchen on deck.
McCutchen on deck. Yeah. So 3-2 on Walker. Big pitch. They are loaded.
Wow, not a bad pitch. Great discipline by Walker there to take that walk.
So how about this? Joe is going to make the move. He's going to bring in the lefty Ross Cup.
Yeah, he likes Ross Cup stuff against right-handed hitters. He likes that high fastball. I think they have a hard time getting on top of it.
So this has gotten way too interesting. Weber's sauces and seasonings call to the pen. Here's Ross Cup when we come back. Tight spot. The bases are loaded as we check out Zach Ross Cup. The Weber's sauces and seasonings call to the pen.
He's been tough to hit for both left and right-handed batters. Overall league batting 184 against him. Joe Madden, against convention, brings in the lefty to face McCutchen here. This move could pay off in two ways. One, if he gets him, and two, a little confidence boost for Ross Cup. A little shaky of late. Whoop.
You know, I also wonder, JD, if this move was as much about Grimm as it was Ross Cup.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's back-to-back walks. I don't know what the Grimm McCutchen, if there's enough history there to draw any kind of conclusion.
Two 2-0 on McCutchen. Bases loaded. 2-1.
Well, and that's the other part of it too. You know, Joe. We talked to Joe a lot, and he doesn't base his decisions, his pitching, his matchup decisions on handedness as much as a lot of other managers do. Sure, he factors it in, but he likes stuff. You know, as a guy, finesse guy. Is he a power guy? Does he work up in the zone, down in the zone? It's all part of the formula he uses.
Back in it, 2-2. A small sample size. Righties have done a lot more damage against Ross Cup than lefties at this level. And this would be an enormous out for him to get. Whoop. Bounced in front of the plate. Good play by Castillo. Has a pass ball in this inning. 3-2 with Marte on deck.
Yeah, this one spiked slider bounces. He's out in stick ball.
Well, you talk about swing mode. McCutchen's one of those guys. You got to give him the illusion of a strike here. He will not go after, by and large, something that doesn't have a chance to get over the plate.
The moment usually does not get the best of Andrew McCutchen. You got to make a pitch.
Runners will all go here with 2 outs and a full count. Popped him up. This should get him out of it. Soler in right. Inning over. Well, they got 4. It could have been a lot worse. So the Cubs maintain their lead. 7-5 is up bad in the 6th.
Well, things have gotten tight here. Welcome back, everybody. Cubs Destinations travel packages include great tickets, hotel accommodation, tours of the ballpark, Cubs swag. You got to love that. And a private meet and greet with a current player. Check out Cubs.com/travel for this year's destinations.
Sean Rodriguez will come in and play second. So Neil Walker is out. Jared Hughes will go into that spot in the order. And Rodriguez will occupy the 9 slot. He's playing shallow right at the moment against Anthony Rizzo.
More pain for Cervelli.
Where did that one get him?
Left bicep. This could be a new board game.
Operation.
Yeah. Pin the ice bag on the catcher.
I think it got him in the forearm and the chest.
We talked about Rizzo's approach, how he is patient, but sometimes he'll look to ambush. First pitch swinging there. Good healthy cut as he drops to his back knee. Trying to lift that low ball. Hughes throws a power sinker and a slider.
Ground ball to right. 4-3. Well, he stayed on the bag.
A bit of an awkward throw for the second baseman out there in shallow right field, offline, but they're able to get Rizzo. At the end of this series, the Cubs will have played the Pirates for more than a quarter of their 2015 season. 37 games in the bank, and 10 of them will have been against this Pittsburgh club. So the hitters on both sides have a pretty good book on a lot of these guys coming out of the bullpen.
So the Bryant 3-run homer was 3 innings ago. It feels like it was about 8 hours ago. Driven to right and foul.
He's a big dude, 6'7", 245. This is a big matchup right here.
Well, you get something in the air right now, it is going to go a long way. Every guy with a bat is just fighting to get into the batter's box when they see that. Two and two.
Keep the fly ball pitchers in the bullpen. There's Bryant's long one. Just kind of a lean out, easy pass.
That take right there, that over the course of time, that separates the good from the great. Just the idea of you're not doing anything with that pitch. He has the ability to lay off.
Yeah, just he really tracks the ball well.
Ball 4. Well, got to keep pressing here offensively. This is now a 2-run ball game. It was 7-1 before the Pirates put up a 4 spot on the top of this 6th inning.
Might be a little hit and run situation here. Ground ball hitter, ground ball pitcher, speedy guy on first base. 1 ball count. The downside, of course, is if you play hit and run, you're forcing the hitter to swing, and you might have to swing at a pitch that's out of the zone. And with the wind blowing out the way it is, you might want, just stand in there and slug.
There is the hit and run. So Bryant will be safe at second. Castro is out.
And that goes back to that sheet we told you Joe has with all the combinations of the likely outcomes, and you got an extreme ground ball pitcher on the mound, extreme ground ball hitter in the box. Starts the runner to stay out of the double play if nothing else.
So we'll get Miguel Montero to bat for Castillo. He'll stay in and catch. Been in a very good stretch here. And his season numbers Chipper Jones like. Real close to that 300, 400, 500 slash line.
Do that for about 15 years and you're a Hall of Famer.
Not even that long if you're a catcher.
It's a good matchup for Montero. Good low ball hitter.
So Chipper should be first ballot, yes? No doubt. 2017.
I think so, yeah.
303, 401, 529.
Yeah.
19 seasons. Over 2,700 hits, 468 homers. Yeah. Yes. One of the most productive switch hitters of all time. Yeah, whenever I see somebody with 300, 400, 500, that's the guy I think about. Way inside, 2-1.
What's Anthony Rizzo's career slash line?
Batting average won't be quite that high, but 260, 354, 460.
Okay. You could get there.
The last 2 years, 295, 403, 540.
Yeah. Ouch. Ouch.
Terrell got hit.
A bad day for catchers all the way around. Overthrows the slider. Montero pays the price right on top of that back foot. And Rizzo this year 341, 471, 618. One of a handful of guys in the league with an OPS up over 1,000. He's had a couple good swings today. He's walked twice and struck out.
That one feathered out into right, base hit. Bryant around third. He will score. 8-5. Jorge Soler gets it done.
Cubs able to answer this Pirate charge here. Pushing at least one across in this inning. Good work here by Soler. A little slider away. Serves it to right. Ryan, who worked the one out walk, streaks around. While Montero no doubt hobbled to second base after getting drilled in the foot.
Caesar drove home 2 in the 5th with a single. Like it was all over, but the shouting at that point made it 7-1. Locke, Bastardo, Scahill, Caminero, and Hughes. 5 pitchers here in the first 6 innings for the Pirates. And the inning is over, but the Cubs do get one of those runs back. It's now 8-5. Beautiful day here in the city as the Cubs lead the Pirates 8-5. Montero remains in after hitting for Castillo and then getting hit. Ross Cup continues against Starling Marte. Steve McClain, the head men's basketball coach at the University of Illinois at Chicago, will conduct the 7th inning stretch.
Got to respect Marte's speed and his bunting ability.
Drives one out into deep right center, but Fowler will make the grab.
On a day like today, most guys want to swing the bat as much as possible.
Tomorrow a 3:05 start. Garrett Cole and John Lester.
A slider there by Roskup. Hear that noise? A little. Had a bug in my mouth.
Not anymore. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
That means summer is coming.
Yeah,
right?
warm weather, and a little more activity. We'll use a big leg kick until he gets 2 strikes, and then he'll get a little quieter. You see it here now as Roskup has worked the count 1 and 2. You could see all the second guessers lining up, couldn't you, when Joe Madden went and brought Roskup in to face Andrew McCutchen.
Got him to fly out.
And that's the beautiful thing about baseball. There's all kind of, there's so many decisions over the course of a ball game that you can dig into. And Joe Madden loves it. He loves the exchange. He wants to be able to explain why he does certain things. Just picking numbers out of a hat.
Swung out and missed. Strike 3. That's out number 2 here in the 7th. Look at that breaking ball.
Yeah, great look at the. Just turn the hand a little off center. Get on top, get through it.
Alvarez has 3 hits, including a home run. His 6th.
Lefty on lefty, especially when you have the arm that Roskup does. Once you establish that breaking ball, the fastball down and away becomes an awfully tough pitch. He was in a similar situation the other night with Lucas Duda. He threw a couple good breaking balls to get to 2 strikes, and he kind of threw a hanging breaking ball, and Duda got him. Here's Alvarez going deep earlier in the ball game. I'm going to throw the breaking ball again there. That's exactly what you want to do. Bury it down in the dirt, see if he'll chase.
The 2-2 from Roskup. Chop to the third baseman. Bryant off balance throw, inning over. Time for the stretch with Steve McClain from UIC.
is guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, UIC basketball coach Steve McClain.
All right, Cub fans, let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some. I don't care if I root for the Cubs. If they don't win, it's shame. Or it's that you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs.
Presented by Coors Light. Watch fans test their sports trivia knowledge as they try to win big Sunday at 7 on Comcast Sports Net. Beer and money.
Chris Coghlan pinch hitting for Ross Cup. Second inning of work with Jared Hughes. Two and nothing the count. Down to the plate. And the sinker is fought off foul.
Six outs left to get out of the bullpen. That means Strope Rondon time. As in Strope / Rondon, two different guys.
When executed, that's a really tough pitch for a left-handed hitter to do anything with. Slider / cutter at 87 in on the hands.
Yeah, it just keeps eating like a Pac-Man. Just keeps running hard in. You hit it, you're going to foul it off your foot. Hit it between your legs into the first base dugout.
Driven out to McCutchen in center. He's got it.
Look at that bat for Coghlan. Matt Caesar's getting a chance to make a couple of starts with left-handed starters. Coghlan had a very good series against the Mets. Big home run, drove in the winning run by drawing a bases-loaded walk. Made a heck of a play in left field to throw out to Curtis Granderson at third. The other thing about that 4-game sweep for the Cubs over the Mets, they did not commit a single error in those 4 ball games.
And strike to Russell. Cervelli. I'm going to just take a wild guess and say Chris Stewart's going to start tomorrow. There you go.
There you go.
I think Rizzo got double points as he hit 2 body parts.
Oh, that's beautiful. They're chirping at him from the Cubs dugout. Guys like Hughes are tough to catch. They throw hard, have great movement, late movement.
Yeah, I've talked to catchers about who are the toughest guys for them to catch. It's not the hard throwers who throw strikes. It is the guys who you're just not sure where it's going.
Yeah, and the heavy sinkers. The thumb takes a pounding.
Look out. Oh, rocketed foul. The barrier right in front of the Cubs dugout. He's run it full 3-2. Fowler on deck.
Foul ball coming here, right? 72% chance.
There you go. You're good.
Followed Addison out of the ballpark yesterday. His license plate, Addy 27. Asked him about the 27. This is how young he is. He goes, that was my high school number. Because he was a big Eddie George fan.
Really? Yeah, that's good. Ball 4. Francisco Cervelli's day. Backswing off the hand. Foul ball. Foul ball. Foul ball. Oh, he's got a 3-run double.
Spend some time in the tub after this one. This ice bath. Man, look at that lead Russell's got. See many out there, both feet out beyond the cutout.
There he goes, and a bouncer that will get into right. Russell to third. Second hit today for Fowler.
Good at bats here for the Cubs in the 7th. Coughlin hit his ball hard. Russell works the walk. Fowler finds a hole.
See how the Pirates decide to align their infield. We've got Harrison way off the line at third, but he's got to stay over on that side because of the runner at third. And they'll try to turn 2 on a ground ball. Hit at somebody. That one, however, was hit at Fowler. 9-5. Throw goes to The cutoff man, Gung. Rizzo with an RBI single. His third hit.
And nice response here by the Cubs after the Pirates made some noise, made it a tight ball game. The Cubs continue to have great at-bats. Where's this one go? Right through the 5-hole on Fowler. A little matrix thing working there. Whole hum on base for the third time this afternoon. Two singles and a long one.
Is wearing out a path between the first base dugout and the pitcher's mound. Tony Watson getting loose.
And Strop was up. He's still up, but Jason Mott has started to throw too. So Madden may adopt a plan B here. This lead has gotten a little more comfortable. Cubs looking for more too. Still just one out in the inning. Chris Bryant up.
So the Cubs tying their season high with these 9 runs.
Cubs have not gone down in order in any inning in this ball game.
This is the 4th time they've played at 9, and the other 3 times were on the road.
Rizzo Bryant combination in the batting order is going to cause National League pitchers to have nightmares.
Foul, just foul. Rizzo's on base percentage .474. You mentioned he's slugging .621. Bryant .417, .474 slugging. Yeah. Pretty formidable.
Rizzo trying to time Hughes, dancing out for first base.
And with all this talk about where the pitcher should hit, whether he hits 8th or 9th or 7th, I just like that Bryant and Rizzo go 2-3. Just give them as many trips to the plate as you can.
Yeah, and I don't care who's in front of who. You know, there's all this talk about somebody needs to protect somebody in the line. You just put really good hitters together in a lineup. You make pitchers work so hard. Hughes is at 40 pitches.
Rizzo was dancing off first. Was able to get back.
I love that lead. You know, he usually takes a small lead and a little sneak attack, but now he's bouncing around out there.
You've got good speed at third and Fowler. If he reads it well, he could go on a pickoff attempt. Bryant high in the air, deep left center. McCutcheon has room. It'll end up being a sac fly for his 4th RBI today. And it's 10-5. Cubs have hit double digits for the first time this season.
Great execution. You got the sinker baller, a ground ball guy on the mound, and Bryant did something he could hit in the air. You see it in the air on a day like today off of his bat. You start to think it's going to fly out of here. They're able to keep him in the ballpark. Fowler scored easily, and good smart tag up by Rizzo there too.
The Cubs have scored in every inning since the 3rd. 3-2-2-1-2. Slider backed up a bit. 1-1 on Castro.
Ooh.
Ouch. Another Cub hit batter.
I think that's mostly fatigue right now. He didn't get on top of that ball at all. Instead of sinking, he just had a lot of run. Pirates closing in on 180 pitches made in this ball game. We're in the 7th inning. I'm not sure what the record is for a 9-inning game.
This is the middle of the 5th time through the Cubs batting order. So just batters per inning. 5, 4, 7, 5, 7, 6. This is the 7th batter here in this inning. It's a lot of traffic.
Yeah, and the Big Bang Theory of baseball says that the winning team will score more runs in a single inning than the other team will score in the game. That's not the case today. The Pirates had the biggest inning so far. They put a 4-spot up, but it's been a relentless attack by the Cubs here today, inning after inning.
Yeah, and a good reminder on Twitter. Remember the soundbite we played from Joe Madden before the game? He said batting practice is the most overrated thing in the game. Cubs didn't hit today. They saved all their hits and swings for the game. Not saying they wouldn't have 10 runs if they had.
They might have had 20 today. Yes, if they had only taken batting practice.
Two-two. Montero ground ball. Rodriguez will pick it up. Hughes will cover the bag, and that'll go 4-1 on a unique ground out to end the inning. But the Cubs get 2 more. It's 10-5 to the 8th.
And I don't even know where the genesis of that was. I honestly do believe, like, if I had to nail it down, like the 80s, early 80s, when hitting coaches became more prominent, and all this teaching became more prominent, batting practice became a longer exercise. And extra batting practice and hitting off tees and hitting in cages and hitting and swinging and swinging and swinging. And I think it can be counterproductive. I think guys can hit themselves right through feel. You could be feeling really well. My point is, if you do it too often, you get to the point where you lose that feel, and all of a sudden it becomes like.
That's Joe Madden talking about no BP today. And here is Jason Mott.
Well, Joe's been spot on today, hasn't he? Didn't need BP. Cubs have put 10 runs on the board. He brought the lefty Roskup in to face McCutchen in a critical situation. Roskup got the job done.
Harrison skies it foul off to the right. So the answers we seem to be getting on Twitter is 1993, April 13th, a 9-inning game. The Oakland A's needed 263 pitches in a 20-4 loss to Detroit. So we are
not even close
anywhere
to that.
Close. That's like that's 30 pitch innings, and I assume, well, if it was in Detroit, it would have been 8.5. It's got to be 9 innings in Oakland, right? It can't be 8 innings.
What year was that?
93.
Ooh, I remember that Detroit team.
That was a home game for Detroit, so they only had 8 innings on offense.
Yeah, that was that club. I wouldn't be surprised if they've scored 20 like 5 times that year.
Was that the Tettleton, Phillips,
yeah,
Trammell, Deere,
Fielder
group?
Fryman.
Sparky would have still been managing them, I believe. Yep. 1993. All right. What was the date? April 13th. That was early in that season. High and deep. Sending Fowler back to the warning track, and it's gone. In and out of the bleachers. Josh Harrison connects. 10-6.
Second hit of the day for Harrison. 4th home run. He's showing signs of life with the bat lately, and sure enough, here we go back to the bullpen. Chris Bosio brings up his old buddy Lester Strode. Says time to get Strode back up.
Just when you're ready to put the final nail in the Pirates' coffin today. Here's Cervelli. Tigers hit double digits that year and runs 18 times. The lineup that particular day: Tony Phillips, he walked 4 times in 7 trips. Lou Whitaker, Chad Kruder came off the bench. Travis Fryman, Cecil Fielder went 4 for 4. Kirk Gibson, Rob Deere, Mickey Tettleton, Scott Livingstone, and Milt Kyler. Phillips saw 32 pitches in his 7 plate appearances.
They scored 20 3 days later. How about that?
That'll drop. Cervelli with a bloop single.
So his day started poorly with a couple of punch outs and all that pain he's had to endure, but bases clearing double, and now a little flare for a base hit.
Might be it. Madden with a slow walk. So the first 17 games of that year for Detroit, they scored 20, 20, 12, 17, 16. And one of those days here at Wrigley Field, 10-6. Weber sauces and seasonings call to the pen. Here's Strope when we return. Pedro Strop, the fifth Cub pitcher to work today. Just haven't been able to seal this one.
Let's see if Strop can restore some order here.
Sean Rodriguez, his first plate appearance. He's been playing second since the 6th. Joe Madden very familiar with him, having managed him in Tampa Bay. This is Rodriguez. Cervelli the runner at first. Ball 2. Pirates now out hitting the Cubs today 11-10. Rodriguez homered off Kyle Hendricks in Pittsburgh earlier.
Strop got 4 outs in the ball game yesterday. No hits, no walks, a couple of strikeouts. To that end, a good job by the Pirates here today, even if they don't come all the way back. Forcing Joe Madden's hand in terms of his bullpen usage may render a guy or two unavailable for tomorrow's game.
This will be Russell's play.
Pirates, after a sluggish start, have turned it around a little bit. Started to score some runs. They took 2 out of 3 from St. Louis. I don't think anybody had done that yet, right? That was the first series loss for St. Louis.
That is right.
And then they won the first 2 of a 4-game set in Philadelphia, and then dropped the final 2.
Strop behind again. 2-0 on Polanco. Three and 0. So we're nearing the 36th anniversary of the 23-22 game here at Wrigley. In a couple of days, 1979. The 3-1. Ball 4. Jordy Mercer in the pitcher's spot.
Leaves one man on the bench for Clint Hurdle as backup catcher Chris Stewart. Tough start for Mercer. Just a $183 is yet to go deep.
May 17th, 1979. Phillies 23, Cubs 22. Raleigh Eastwick over Bruce Sutter. 5 Phillies had 8 plate appearances in that 10-inning affair. Oh, and 2 to Mercer. After a very slow start at the bat. Both starting pitchers that day recorded 1 out. Randy Lurch and Dennis Lamb. 1 out each. They allowed a combined 11 runs in the first inning. The starters, it was 7-6 Phillies after an inning.
We got a piece of Greg Gibson.
And he got hit earlier on a follow through.
So each starter went a third of an inning. Wow.
Eastwick, who got the win, he was the only pitcher among 11 in the game. Check that. Ray Burris and Raleigh Eastwick were the only 2 guys to not allow runs out of 11 pitchers.
That's because, as we know, hitting is contagious.
It was that particular day, yes.
I think it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy from the pitching point of view when, you know, balls jumping out of the ballpark, guys are having good swings early. So each pitcher that comes into the game brings a certain amount of fear with them out of the bullpen, thinking, man, I can't challenge anybody today. So you end up nibbling and falling behind, then you give in, and sure enough, whack, whack, whack.
Full count, and guess who's on deck? McCutchen. You do not want to walk the guy hitting 183 to load the bases with a 4-run lead.
Whatever you feel comfortable with throwing a strike here, whether it's the fastball or the slider.
Toward the hole, going to be a tough play. Throw to third. Nicely done. Castro had 1 shot. That was third base, and he forces Cervelli.
Yeah, that looked like trouble. And Castro gobbles it up, flips it on over to Bryant. Big out. There was no other option.
Still first and second. Now McCutchen, who fly to right off the lefty Ross Cup. With the bases loaded in the 6th. At the time, it was a 2-run ball game.
It's funny, it's hard to score runs in this game. I mean, we're playing in an era last few years where offense is down. But when you get into a 10-6 game, it has a completely different feel than a 4-0 game, even though the margin is the same.
Gets by. And both runners move up a base.
And theoretically, you should feel just as comfortable up 4-0 as you do 10-6. But there's been 16 runs put on the board. You just have that feeling that, you know, the final out can't come soon enough.
Well, you bring your closer into a 4-0 game in the 9th inning. That's not a save situation, but today feels very different. Feels like the bullpen's kind of been on the edge here these last 2 or 3 innings, and James Russell will grab a ball.
I just don't think Chris Bosio is comfortable with the way Strop is going about it here this afternoon. So check in with him, make sure he's feeling okay, and maybe kind of nudge him in a certain direction as to his approach.
Second and third, 2 outs. And a 2-0 to McCutchen. In the air, Caesar going after it. It's gone. A home run. 3-run homer. 10-9.
A lot of times it's not the pitch, it's the situation you put yourself in. He fell behind McCutchen 2-0. He felt like they had the challenge. He's trying to go down and away with a fastball. Leaks back out over the plate. Boom.
Marte now. Pirates have put up 2 4-run innings over the last 3 frames to get within 1. So here's the big picture, the somewhat bigger than today picture. You've got a struggling Jason Mott. You have Edwin Jackson, whom you haven't used in high leverage spots, and when you have, he has struggled. So right now, JD, you've got 2 right-handers who are not pitching that well in the spots you need them. You've got 3 left-handers. I think it's partially why Ross Cup was used as early as he was today. So that's a situation for the bullpen.
Yeah, I think the matchup game is kind of out the window to a certain extent for Joe Maddon right now. It's just who do you rely on, who do you trust right now, and I think the trust factor for a lot of these guys is running pretty low right now from the manager. And he said last week in Milwaukee that the worst thing for a manager is to have an unpredictable bullpen.
Marte went, and that will end the inning. But the Pirates put up 4, and they're within 1 late, 10-9. Not quite yet, Chris. Got a lot of changes here for the Pirates. Mercer pinch hit, stays in. He plays short. Harrison goes from third to second. He's in the background there. You see Gung in the foreground. He's at third. So he goes short to third. Rodriguez goes second to left. And the southpaw, Tony Watson.
So important to have versatile players. You guys can move around, handle various positions, play them well. Watson's a good one. He's off to a good start this year.
Line right to Mercer.
So a little fortunate there. Good day for Soler. A couple of walks, a single, and a rocket to short.
You hope 10 runs would be enough, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to add on.
Hector Rondon, who's warming up down in the Cubs bullpen, would agree with you. Take a little wiggle room.
Swung on and missed by Caesar. There's the closer.
I'm sure a couple of times, at least today, he was of the mind, well, I got a day off. You're not going to need me today. Cubs have played 16 one-run games already.
Three and two. Foul tip, strike three.
How do you get to Wrigley Field? The Cubs suggest the use of public transportation. If you ride your bike, you can use the courtesy bike check. That's located near Clark and Addison. If you drive, the Cubs provide free parking and shuttle service on night weekend games. That's at 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com. Jonathan Herrera sighting. He hasn't had many chances lately. Trying to prevent the Cubs from going down in order for the first time all day.
Outside for a ball. Herrera, a switch hitter. Outside. This has been a wild one today here at Clark and Addison. Cubs leading 10-9 in the 8th. It looks like that's how we'll get to the 9th. As Alvarez makes a catch in foul territory. So Rondon on with a 1-run lead when we return. be Wednesday night from San Diego as the Cubs battle the Padres. Pregame live presented by Fields Auto begins at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Well, it is a safe spot. A one-run ball game. 10-9.
Crazy day, yeah.
Have won 7 times in May, JD. 6 of those games have been one-run decisions. A lot of close ones.
Yeah, and you think one-run games, and you say, well, it's a tight game throughout, 4-3, something like that. But they come in all different shapes and sizes. This one, the Cubs had a very comfortable lead. They've let it slip away. Rondon working for the 3rd consecutive day. Second time this year he has done that. A good start. Slider strike.
This is Jung Ho Gung. And they go 1. There's a strike. 97 on the fastball. Working quickly.
Oh, nice.
Like that pitch.
Yeah, I think that was better than the last one. Maybe it's the camera angle. I don't know. Let's see. Good enough.
Swing and a miss. 1 away.
And sharp stuff from Rondon to get started. Throwing that slider a little bit more, and it's paying off for him. Good depth on this one to finish off Gung. Rondon in that Med series worked 3 times, a couple of saves, and a win.
Big day for Alvarez. Slider strike. With some sink. About as hard as you could throw a fastball and have any sort of tailing movement. Ball and 2 strikes. Alvarez, one of the Pirates' biggest home run threats. Wind has died. That was a bit of a hanger. Got away with it.
Yeah, I thought they might go back to that 2-seamer down and away, try to stay away from his power.
Best thing there for Hector, as Alvarez was a little bit out in front. Another 2-2. Call strike 3.
A good job by Montero here, sliding out off that outside corner, catching this ball right in the middle of his body. Perfect pitch by Rondon. So the previous 2, the slider and then the last fastball, both out over the heart of the plate. And this time he just grazes the outside corner.
Back-to-back Ks to start the inning. Harrison ball 1. He homered off Mott. to start the 8th. Slider in there, 1-1.
Montero coming up out of his crouch, calling for that high fastball. A little disconcerting sometimes for a pitcher.
Calling for the slider. Couldn't get him to go after it. 3-2. Cervelli on deck. Hooked into the corner. Harrison's going to end up in scoring position here as the tying run. Hits in his last 3 at bats. Single, homer, double.
The slider stayed on the plate. Harrison hooks it to left. Had a feeling the Pirates wouldn't go down without a little bit of fight here in the 9th, the way this game has gone.
And the guy on whom we have focused quite a bit today has been a magnet for errant swings, foul balls, what have you behind the plate. He's also had a good day at the plate. Probably the Pirates' biggest swing today was that bases clearing double to give them life in the 6th inning.
Yeah, came with 2 outs.
Harrison now to 3rd. Never want to give a guy an extra base, but with 2 outs, not as big a deal as with 0 or 1. Montero can't let anything else get by.
Just don't bounce another one, right? This is Cervelli's first plate appearance against Rondon.
Tie ball game. Francisco Cervelli knocks in Josh Harrison. The Pirates were down to their final strike. Harrison doubled. Cervelli knocks him in. It's 10-10. Oh my.
It's taking on the feel of a College World Series game. Keep going back and forth. Boy, and Rondon awfully sharp. 2 punch outs to get things started. Cervelli, that's his stroke. He likes to shoot the ball the other way. That's where he went with his double. Cards the single out there to shallow right center. And no win for Kyle Hendricks. He remains winless.
The Cubs have not trailed today, but they did lead 7-1 and 10-5. Rodriguez chops to the shortstop Castro. He's going to fire to first. And the inning is over, but this ball game continues as Francisco Cervelli has knocked in 4 today. It's 10-10. And you said, 4-0 doesn't feel like 10-6. This is a tie ball game, and all the Cubs need is one run here in the bottom of the ninth, but it doesn't have that feel in the ballpark right now.
Yeah, it's a tie game, but the psychology is kind of interesting. They're feeling a whole lot better about this tie game in the first base dugout than they are in the third base dugout. And it's just the nature of it. It all turn around with one swing from this young man.
Watson went 1-2-3 in the 8th. Russell with an aggressive hack fouls it to the screen.
Now Watson's got a lively arm. He likes to sink the fastball. Hasn't been a lot of sinking action on his heater here today. Got a good changeup.
The other part of it is, if you hang on an 8.5, you high five, you have your fun. If you get a walk-off home run here, you do the dog pile at home plate. So it's just ups and downs of a baseball game. Cervelli again. Thank you, sir. May I please have another? Can you believe the day he has had?
He's been hit more today than Floyd Merriweather.
Ball to third. Gun to Alvarez.
I didn't watch that fight, but I heard there wasn't a whole lot of action.
Same. James Russell and Lester Strode going over the book. I'm hoping he doesn't have to pitch. The Cubs can win it here in the ninth. Fowler 2 hits and has now scored 5 times the last 2 days. Cervelli again. Maybe the Cubs ought to stop hitting foul balls off him because
he's calling the wrong pitches clearly.
Every time they do that, it feels like he knocks in a run. Did you say Merriweather?
Mayweather.
Oh,
I said Mayweather.
You said Mayweather? Okay. All right, people
thought I did.
He said Mayweather.
My brain said Mayweather. I can't speak for my tongue. I don't know. We've been here a long time.
We knew what you meant.
Lee Merriweather.
1-1 to Fowler. The pitch way outside. Two and two. JD just did 10 push-ups. Stop tweeting. We're good.
Like he did too. I guarantee. I promise.
Count holding. Swing and the miss. For strike 3. If we go to extras, and if it goes deep into extras, it's going to be a battle of attrition because, as JD mentioned, both these managers have used a lot of players today. Pirates have Chris Stewart, their backup catcher, available. The Cubs have David Ross. That's it. We're going to see James Russell in the 10th if we get there. Koch and Jackson. That's it after him. Liz and Melanson. The only two relievers left for the Pirates. 0-2.
This feels kind of like that game in St. Louis where the Cubs had the big lead early. 5 of the first, as a matter of fact. Cardinals made it tight, and the Cubs extended the lead again, got up 8-4, and you thought, okay, we're going to be good. Cardinals just kept coming, as the Pirates have here today.
Late swing by Rizzo with 2 strikes as he spoils it. Travis Wood's got his spikes on for possible extra inning duty. Still 1-2. Rizzo fouled that one off himself.
You know, late on those previous fastballs, essentially intentionally. I mean, he's just staying back. He doesn't want to get fooled by that sweeping breaking ball. So a little bit defensive on the fastball. He's trying to fight it off, and that's why they tried to crowd him there. They figured he was just trying to stay back and wouldn't be able to do much with an inside fastball. Ball might have hit him had he not swung at it.
Chris Bryant.
It had been easy for Watson up until this confrontation, and Rizzo never makes it easy on the pitcher.
Lined and caught by Alvarez, and we will go beyond regulation, believe it or not. 10 after 9. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Here's James Russell. Try to keep this game tied. 10-10 in the 10th. 10s are wild.
20 runs, 24 hits in the ball game. The Pirates have committed the only error. Russell, through 6 games, has been solid with a 1.50 ERA. And walked anybody, struck out 5 in 6 innings. 2/3 of an inning yesterday, allowed a hit, no runs with a couple of punch outs.
First 3 in the batting order. Polanco, Mercer, McCutchen. Oh, by the way, Andrew McCutchen hit a 3-run homer in the 8th. That was a big blow, too. That got the Pirates within 1. The wind and the pitch. Off the outside corner, 2-0. The Birds have been circling. They're ready for their early evening snack. The game isn't over yet. 3-0.
Just got to start pumping fastballs over the heart of the plate here. Get back in the count.
Leadoff walk. I've seen more pitches today than the entire series run of Mad Men. Here's Mercer. See, I try to be timely the series finales this weekend.
Oh, well played then.
Russell to first, runner back. Polanco has stolen 10.
And no indication that Mercer is going to bunt here. He has really struggled with the bat. That's why I'm thinking bunt, but maybe even a little hit and run. How good Polanco is at reading left-handed moves. He hasn't measured a very big lead. Russell will try to get him roll over on one of those change-ups. See if he can get a double play ball.
Could be 2. 6-4. 2-3. Double play.
That worked. I don't think it was a changeup, but he got the ground ball he was looking for. He got in on Starlin a little bit, but he recovers nicely to feed Russell, who takes care of the rest.
McCutchen has walked, singled, popped to second, flied to right, and banged a 3-run homer. So it's got to be Melanson, right? Watson's already gone 2 innings. 31 pitches. I would assume he's done. So I like this move usually. And it also makes me wonder if Radames Liz is not available, because we might have seen him earlier with the Pirates down a fair amount.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too, if Liz is available, is where the Cubs are in the batting order. Dangerous hitters coming up. Most managers try to save their closer till they have a lead.
Yeah, and I was going to say, even if Liz is available, I still like this move. I think too many managers save their closer and never get to them in this spot.
Try to, if you get an inning or so out of Melanson, and then you end up playing another 3 or 4 innings, then you just hand the ball to Liz. Say, it's your game, kid.
Yep.
Go get him. If you're Hurdle the way your club has battled back, you'd hate to lose this game without ever using Melanson.
Ball 4.
So that'll empty the Pirates bench with Stewart being used here to pinch hits.
Over. So a couple of walks, but no damage. 10-10, bottom 10. Cubs try to get that game-winning run, and it'll be against the Pirates closer, Mark Melanson. He'll try to save the tie.
Melanson, an all-star last year, 0-1 so far this year with a 4.11 ERA. He's allowed 16 hits and 4 walks and 15 and a third. Struck out 9. And kind of one of those reverse split guys. He's really tough on lefties because of his ability to get that cut fastball in on their hands. See, right-handers have hit him pretty well.
Melanson versus Bryant.
A lot of cutters, good curveball as well.
A lot of shadows here late in the afternoon. We start tomorrow at 3:05. We might be in the 9th inning tomorrow around this time. In the air, and that would be McCutcheon. Now, Radames Liz is just kind of staying loose out there in the bullpen. He's the only pitcher left. Yesterday in Philadelphia, he went 3 innings through 48 pitches, but you know, he's just going to have to be the guy, I think, if he gets past probably the 11th. Castro up the middle, through for a base hit. Struck with authority on the ground past a diving Harrison. So the winning run is on base.
Astro's been on base 5 times today. Stayed back nicely on the Melanson curveball. Walk, single, reached on an error, hit by a pitch. Solid single up the middle. officially 2 out of 4.
Strike called on Montero. Cutter inside. We have breaking news from New York. Keith Hernandez is growing his mustache back.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's good to know.
He did not make the trip this week with the Mets.
For that reason?
But we'll maybe we'll see him in New York in late June. I'll pass that along. Two and one. I mean, if we're going to be on the air for 10 innings and 4+ hours, I've got to mention
that's got to get out there.
It's a big baseball New York centric story.
Maybe it's in reaction to the Cubs' 4-game sweep of the Mets.
Maybe. 3 balls and a strike.
Montero have a walk-off hit yet this year? Probably do.
That's a good question. If he does, I don't remember it. Ground ball, base hit. Castro on his way to third. He'll get there. And the winning run is 90 feet away with only 1 out.
You see the look in the eye of Mark Melancon. 10-10 in the 10th. Montero with a little seeing eye ground ball on 3-1s. Got some top spin, squirts through the infield. Castro able to make it on over to third base fairly easily as that ball ran out of steam out there in the Pirate outfield. Don't bother looking over your shoulder. You're good. Well, we're going to get a extra infielder situation here.
Definitely talking strategy.
Talking double play. Yep. Hit to you, we're turning 2. Hit to you, you're coming home. Solaire's had a good day. Walked twice, singled, hit the ball very sharply last time, lined out to short, hit it right on the screws. Well, you're not going to get a chance.
Because of his penchant for the strikeout, I thought they might at least try to pitch to Soler early in this at bat. But if you do break, bounce a curveball or something, the game could end. It gets past the catcher. So they'll go after Matt Caesar instead.
Yeah, there's no real easy answer in this situation if you're Clint Hurdle. The big part of it too is, do you trust Melancon to execute pitches in this bases loaded situation? Obviously Hurdle does.
Well, it didn't work out the other day for the Mets. And they're going to do the 5-man infield, just like New York did. So Rodriguez grabs an infielder's glove and all kinds of switching around. Harrison will join Mercer and Gung.
So Nick Leva there flip-flopping Mercer and Harrison on the left side of the infield.
So 3 on with 1 out here in the 10th. Caesar can win it. Here we go. Ball one. As we said the other day with Soler and Coughlin, these are the moments you'd like to see that heart rate go down, not up. But it's hard to do in this spot for a hitter.
Mm-hmm.
They had put the game away on a 2-run single that made it 7-1 back in the 5th inning. We're now 10-10 in the 10th. Good take. 2-0.
Made 2 quality pitches that a lot of guys would have offered at. Number 1 could have been. Number 2 just a little further out.
Fly ball. Polanco in. Castro ready to tag. Here he comes. Throw to the plate. He's going to be out by a mile. A double play to end the inning.
Wow.
We will go to the 11th.
I'm a big fan of the 1-out send, but I'm not so sure on that time. That ball was so shallow.
We're still tied. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, we've talked on a few occasions about the 1-out send on the sac fly attempt, and that probably not enough teams do it. The only issue here is Polanco's momentum. All of it was going toward home plate. A lot of times, if you have an infielder going out and making the catch, and Polanco with a strong throw, and you see Cervelli with 2 hands on it, just making sure the ball didn't pop out.
Yeah, it's again, it's one of those plays that looks really bad when a guy's out by that wide of a margin. Well, David Ross, the pitcher spot was up next. David Ross is up. Take the at bat. He's got a bad abdominal.
Dung grounds out. Yeah, so the assumption is you win the game with the next at bat, which obviously is not something you can say with any certainty.
Right, and I think again with the bench is empty. It's either going to be David Ross or Travis Wood taking that at bat.
Having said all of that, outfielders sometimes don't make good throws.
Right, that's what I mean. That's the justification. Yeah, that's the justification for the send there. Offline throw or short hop the catcher, kicks away from him.
Alvarez chops to Rizzo. Russell's going to cover. Two quick outs.
Well, it has become abundantly clear to the starting pitchers for tomorrow's game that there's not going to be a lot of help coming from the bullpens. Those guys are going to have to stand tall tomorrow, give their manager some length.
Harrison hooks another ball into the corner, just like he did in the ninth to keep the Pirates alive. He would go on to score the tying run. He came in hitting 200. He had 3 hits yesterday. That got him back out of the 100s. He has 4 straight hits after making 2 outs today. 4 for 6.
Yeah, and all of a sudden here comes Cervelli again with a chance to be a hero yet again. He's doubled his RBI output today.
Came in with 4. Now he has 8. Nothing in 2.
Very similar to the last one. Just a little bit out.
The theory is if the 2 is touching the box and the 3 is touching the 2.
I think that's the associative property or something like that.
Transference or whatever, yeah. Lifted in the air to right. And Soler's got it. The inning is over. Bottom 11. 10-10.
All right, Travis. Time to make a little history.
Well, here's the thing. So this is one thing to remember about Travis Wood is he has to hit a home run this year. This is his 6th major league season. He has hit at least 1 home run. And all 5 of his big league campaigns to this point And I say if he's going to hit one this year, this would be the spot.
This would be an opportune time
to do it.
Well, you know he's going to air out a swing or two.
No matter who wins this game, both teams' managers and general managers are going to have a post-game meeting to figure out if they need bullpen help tomorrow. That's number one. I don't know if Radames Liz wants to pitch in this game or not, but he may have to. After going 3 innings yesterday, he is the only Pirate reliever left. As Wood chops to Gung at third. And Edwin Jackson will now get loose in the Cubs bullpen. Addison Russell. Strike call.
Probably a little bit low. Picking on the home plate umpires off limits at this point. 445 pitches he's had to call. Have been thrown in this game anyway.
So once, if Jackson gets in, it would be Phil Koch, the only Cub reliever left in their bullpen. 2-1 on Russell. Gung guarding the line, even with a bag at third, and a base hit. Just as I mentioned that, through the hole.
He's hit a couple balls hard today, finally rewarded with a base hit. Good solid contact. He walked and scored earlier. Now a 1-out knock here. He's measured that very aggressive lead over there at first base. Brandon Hyde, the first base coach, in his ear. And that is a huge lead.
Enormous. Not running. 1-1. This is the 7th time Fowler has come to the plate in this one. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Got him. 2 down. First strikeout for Melanson, who came on in the 10th.
"12-6 curveball As Fowler out in front and over the top.
Anthony Rizzo has 3 hits, including a home run. He's knocked in a pair.
Grounded out to short right field in the 6th. He hit a line drive to first base last time, so he's been on the ball all day long. If he falls behind here, they may try to steal second base with Russell.
The Eastern Time Zone night games will get underway in about 10 minutes. It started at 1:20 today. And the pitch. And on the hands, and he fouls it. 0-2.
Yeah, happy to provide entertainment for everybody in baseball and all the clubhouses and press rooms around the league. Seen a crazy ball game.
Russell will easily get second on a wild one. So all of a sudden he's in scoring position.
Now this is interesting. Now there's a base open, but it's a pitcher's count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. If there is such a thing as a pitcher's count against Rizzo these days.
Ground ball picked up by Josh Harrison, and we will go to the 12th. Up strand to Russell at second. 10-10.
Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, it has been a wild ball game. The scoring started on this 3-run homer by Chris Bryant. Cubs were able to add on Rizzo in the 4th with a homer. They led 7-1 at one point. Josh Harrison, a big day for the Pirates. Andrew McCutchen, don't forget that 3-run homer. That made it a 1-run game in the 8th. And then with 2 outs after a Harrison double in the 9th, Francisco Cervelli drives him in. 10-10. We're now in the 12th inning.
Edwin Jackson, he'll face 9-1-2 here. That's Rodriguez, Polanco, Mercer.
One ball, no strikes. Hendricks, Grimm, Rosscup, Mott, Strop, Rondon, Russell, Jackson. And a high fly to center field. Dexter Fowler. He's got it.
That soundbite we played from Joe Madden earlier about batting practice and how it's overrated. He said that they didn't hit today. 3:05 start tomorrow. They probably would hit there, or that they would hit tomorrow, and then not on Sunday. I wonder if his thinking will change.
I think that's very possible that they might just not hit tomorrow. Polanco struck out, grounded out, flied out his first 3 trips, but he has walked in his last 3 plate appearances. Long and lean, Gregory Polanco. Strike call, 95 on Jackson's fastball. Edwin's use has been sporadic. This is his first outing in 6 days.
Yeah, that's one of the tough parts about his job description right now. When you're the long man out of the bullpen, you are called upon when the starter gets knocked out early and you're asked to stretch it out for a couple of innings. You don't get to pitch in many high leverage situations. But then you get in a game like this, and it absolutely is a high leverage situation. Every pitch of critical importance.
So he's pitched on 8 days rest. 1, 1, 5, 2, 2, 3, 5. So it's been kind of all over the place. But that's the role, as you mentioned. Ball 4. 4 straight walks for Polanco.
Yeah, pitch on the plate, maybe down a little bit, but we've seen Greg Gibson give that low strike at times today. Polanco, a guy who came in here with a below average walk rate. But he's been keyholing here lately. That pitch was down. He wasn't looking to run with Russell, the lefty, out there. That may change with a right-hander on the mound.
Mercer hit into a 6-4-3 double play in the 10th. Two strikes on him. Montero just couldn't hang on to it. So it goes from a foul tip to just a foul ball. Still 0-2. Close at first. Polanco in. It's kind of amazing we haven't had a manager's challenge all day. Been here almost 5 hours. No challenge.
See Joe say something about 50-50. If it's 50-50, let's challenge it unless you know for sure. But Polanco back safely. Tighten up that lead a little bit, though. Edwin awfully quick to first base with that move.
Polanco runs. The pitch is a ball. The throw gets into center. Polanco's going to stay at second.
tightened up his lead, but it didn't prevent him from stealing second base.
He has some long strides. That's his 11th steal of the year.
Miguel had a little difficulty getting it out of his mitt.
Fowler will send Polanco to third. 2 outs here in the 12th.
Well, McCutcheon's not going to get a chance to swing. Pitcher spot is next.
Vance Worley is on deck.
Look at McCutcheon. He's like, should I even bring my bat up here? If he swung twice, what would Joe Madden do?
Ooh.
Still put him on, wouldn't
Yes,
he?
he would. He would. Yep. This is where I think the DH proponents might chime in. Right? Because they would say, look, you know,
Yes, but
you want to see hitters determine the fate of the game, not a starting pitcher at the plate.
they might say that, but I would counter.
I'm not saying it. I'm just saying.
Yes, and I know you are.
I'm devil's advocate.
And I'm saying the counter argument, of course, is isn't this fascinating that they've run out of players?
Yes, it is.
And they've got to pull a pitcher off the bench and try to be a hero.
It's kind of the baseball version of Hack-a-Shack. You know, I mean, people don't want to see free throws at the end of NBA games, but as long as coaches can do it, they're going to do it. And same with National League style baseball. If you've got a starting pitcher on deck, you are not going to pitch to Andrew McCutchen. Foul tip.
Pretty good whack there by the Vanimal.
Well, Clint Hurdle's saying you've got Travis Wood. I'm going to raise you a Vance Worley.
Yeah, and that's the other part, too, that managers have to keep in mind when they start doing all the double switching and moving guys in and out. Who ultimately ends up behind your best hitters? You provide the opportunity for the other manager to do something like this.
McCutchen takes off. Fly ball. Soler going after it. Still drifting.
Oh,
makes a catch. A basket grab on the warning track. You can see the look on his face. Oh, big sigh of relief.
Wow.
So the move to pitch to Vance Worley pays off on a nice grab in the corner and right. made 48 pitches. Obviously, based on the way the game went early, Clint Hurdle did not want to have to use him in case of an emergency, but I would call this a baseball emergency. The only guy left in the bullpen.
Yeah, it's either that or, well, it's either that or nobody. There's nobody left in the bullpen. There's nobody left on the bench. He was the last man standing.
Swing and a miss by Bryant.
Good slider. Probably his best secondary pitch. He throws a changeup and a fastball in the 93, 94 mile an hour range.
Another breaking ball for a strike. So Liz went 3 yesterday, went 3 on the 28th of April here at Wrigley Field. So he's a guy who has been stretched out as he strikes out Bryant. Just don't know how much gas he has in the tank after that long outing yesterday.
Yeah, well, all sliders there. I'm not sure if that was the strategy with Bryant, or if it just doesn't feel real crisp with the fastball. And it's that backup cement mixer slider that you get a lot of swings and misses with that you don't really throw intentionally.
Pitch to Castro. Another breaking ball inside. Ball 1.
Up to 97.
2-0, wind blowing out again. And it kind of quieted down in the last hour. Going straight out to center. 3-0. Green light on a 3-0 swing here.
I'm not going to turn him loose here.
All 4. He walked him. 5th time he's been on. 6 if you add the error in the 5th inning. So Castro's been a busy man as a base runner.
You know, Starlin certainly has home run power. My fear would be turning him loose there, that he'd go out of the zone and chase a bad ball. And got Liz out there who could get a little wobbly with the command. He's walked 8 in his 14 innings of work. He's kind of lived a little bit of a charmed life with that 3.21 ERA when you look at the numbers. 14 innings, 15 hits, 3 long balls, 8 walks.
One and one. Sharply hit on the ground. Castro will make the turn. Reminiscent of the 10th inning, right? Montero did the same thing. Got Castro to third base with only 1 out.
Yeah, it's a deja vu all over again. Montero base hit sends Castro to third, representing the winning run. And it was ironic because they had Harrison off the bag, not playing standard double play depth. He was playing a little bit more to pull on Montero because they didn't want to give up that base hit through the hole on the right side. But if he's playing normal double play depth, I think that's an easy double play ball.
So just like the 10th, Clint Hurdle out to the mound. Will they walk Soler and face Caesar and do the 5-man infield again? He has not called for Rodriguez yet from left.
Yeah, see now, and last time it was Melanson, his closer, an all-star. Here it's Liz, not anywhere near as accomplished as Melanson. He may not trust him with the bases loaded to throw strikes to Caesar. We'll see how it plays out. put him on.
This will be Soler's 4th walk. The last 2 times of the intentional variety.
Cubs have had 1 walk-off walk on this homestand. Chris Coughlin drew it the other night against the Mets. Rally caps.
Double bubble rally.
He's getting a little punchy.
Well, this is a scenario in the 10th. Base runners at the same bases. And an aggressive send of Starlin Castro. And they fly out 9-2 double play to end the inning.
Here we go again.
Here we go again with a 5-man infield. Rodriguez, the left fielder, basically playing second. That's Mercer behind the mound in front of second. Harrison and Gung over on the left side. Bases loaded, 1 out. Another chance for Matt Caesar. The pitch. Ball 1.
And again, pitcher spot is next. David Ross out on deck.
Redemption comes in many forms in this game, and for Matt Caesar, it's the exact same situation 2 innings later. Line foul. One and one. The outfielders are the corner men. That's high, and by corner men I mean McCutchen, the center fielder, playing left center. That's one quote corner. Polanco over in right. The gap men will say. 2 balls and a strike. Bases loaded. 10-10 in the 12th. The pitch. 3-1.
Oh, that strike zone gets a little tighter now for Liz. Not in take mode here for Matt Caesar, but I'm going to make sure it's out over the plate if you're going to offer at it.
Popped him up. Shallow right. Castro's not going to tag his stop. Cubs win. Cubs win. Cubs win. He wasn't going to tag. Polanco tripped. What a finish.
Wow, that is unfreaking believable. What a way for a ball game to end.
Castro was not going to tag. It was not deep enough. And after they got burned in the 10th, he was going to hold. And then the stumble by Polanco.
Yeah, boy, it's unbelievable how much this inning played out like that last time. And there you see his feet kick out from underneath him. He scrambles to try to stay on his feet. And it just falls in behind him for a game winner. This is just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
He slipped on the grass. And that is a game-ending RBI single for Matt Caesar. So he went back toward the bag, but I don't think he was going to try it. Do you?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Our Benny's Beverage Depot toast of the game. They've got the disco ball ready, I'm sure, in the clubhouse. This game took its toll on both bullpens. But the Cubs found a way to get it done.
Yeah, you've scored double-digit runs and lose. That's tough, and you use all those arms out of the bullpen. Worth it when you pick up the W. That's a sweet win, a hard-fought win for the Cubs.
5 hours and 1 minute. Final score, Cubs 11, Pirates 10 in 12. We're back with you pregame on Wednesday from San Diego. Cubs and Pods. We'll hit the air at 8:30. Coming up next, Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live. Stay tuned.